Vieira. Goods.
Here.
Carlson. Dingfelder.
Here.
Citro.
Here.
Miranda.
Here.
Maniscalco.
Here, all right, number 5.
Oh. Mary Samaniego, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. Item number 5 is SU 22002. It's a special use application for commercial off-street parking in a residential zone at 214 South Moody Avenue.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. That's H-E-Y. And I have been sworn. The subject site is located within the Central Tampa Planning District. Here's the arrow. You can see the subject site in the center. This is Platt, and then you have Moody running north-south. This is the Publix at Platt and Armenia. Onto the future land use map. It's kind of hard to see, but the subject site and all these properties in the brown are the Res 35. It is basically the donut hole.
David, can you take the microphone, please?
Oh, sure. It's basically the donut hole in this area of community mixed use 35, and then to the north you've got the the urban mixed use 60. The Tampa Comprehensive Plan does encourage those off-street parking lots, especially adjacent to existing commercial. There are single-family detached residences adjacent, and the Planning Commission would encourage the applicant to ensure that the site is appropriately buffered. And in conclusion, the proposed use of the site would provide additional parking for the commercial use to the south of the site, and that request would be consistent with the uses anticipated under the Residential 35 future land use category. And based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the special use request consistent. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mary Samaniego, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. David showed you an aerial photograph of the subject property. Again, they're requesting a commercial off-street parking in a commercial in a residential zone. This property, the current residential zoning is RM24, which is a multifamily residential zoning district. Per your code, it requires a special use 2 application before you to do commercial off-street parking. The applicant is proposing a total of 21 parking spaces to serve the adjoining use to the south. There is one requested waiver to the special use criteria 27132E to reduce the required use buffer to the north from 15 foot with a 6 foot high wall to 5 feet with a 6 foot high PVC fence. This is the proposal that the applicant has submitted as a site plan. Again, you can see 21 parking spaces is to serve the commercial building to the south. Again, there is only one waiver being requested to the north. In lieu of having the 15 feet, they're requesting to go down to 5 feet. Again, in an attempt to get as much parking as they can on the site and still meet the required parking space and drive aisle spatial requirements. There are some changes for stormwater and planning design, very minor changes to occur between first and second reading, as well as some changes from natural resources for clarification to the existing trees. I will point out that there are several large trees on the site that will be preserved of the code required protective radii in combination with some pervious pavement. Saying that, the Development Review and Compliance staff did find this consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan, City of Tampa Land Development Code. Do you have any questions?
Any questions from council? Seeing none. Petitioner.
Good evening. Thank you very much. Isabel Albert with HAF. I am representing the applicant, and he is with me tonight. It's Michael Peters over here. So he is the property owner and the founder of Spark, which is the business to the south. This is unlike, very much unlike the previous case that you heard. We are requesting for a special use for a off-street commercial parking, but this is not going to be for the public. It is really to serve the subject property to the south. General, this area, as staff stated, the property is located north of Spark, which is on Moody Avenue and Platt Street. Properties to the north and to the west are multifamily triplex development that have been recently built since he purchased the property about 10 years ago. To the, I guess, immediately to the west of the Spark building, there is a single family there. And then to the east of the property is an alleyway. So as I was saying, this is a very different request than what you heard previously. I want to cut this the Elmo? Okay. So a little bit of history behind with this site. The applicant purchased Spark about 10 years ago. It used to be an old retail, auto retail store, and it was really not a nice building. When he purchased the property, he was kind of had to redo the property, re-clean the building, bring it up to more of the branding of what they are. And if you don't know who Spark is a well-known company, and they do branding. They're in the marketing and branding. So therefore, the image is very important to them. And he knew he had a long road ahead of him. So in front of his building, if you're familiar, they have the parking space. It's all asphalt, it's parking. There's a limited parking space there. There's limited parking in the back by the alley. And it's always been a big problem for them and for his business with his employees, where they had to go and park off-site and not close to the business. And it was kind of sometimes at night, a security issue. And then about 5 years ago, he purchased the property to the north. The north was a single-family residential, and when he purchased the property, the house was damaged. There was some roof leaking, and that started damaging the home there. And therefore, when he looked at it to fix the house up a little bit, until he knew he had a goal of expanding the parking area, realized the budget-wise it just didn't make sense, considering he knew he was going to tear it down and make this area, the parking area, as part of his business. And so here we are today. He has the property, and we went through back and forth for the last year of how to design the site and to make it not just a parking lot. As I was telling him earlier, I was laughing because here I'm dealing with somebody who is a visionary and who's very artistic, and is telling me how he's envisioning this parking lot to be part of his business, and you know, when he's taking their breaks outside, that this is going to be all part of it. And I'm talking about, and I was like looking at him going, "You're talking about a parking lot?" He's like, "Yeah, you know, we're talking about a parking lot here to be part of my business." And the goal is to have this parking lot that is going to be surrounded by a fence, and we're going to go and talk about this, the waivers that we're requesting. But also, before we go there, I wanted to show how, you couldn't really see from Mary's, can you see this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So when we first came in for the site plan for the application, staff, you know, as we're talking through, they understood, oh, so you want to be part of the business to the south. And we said, correct. We said, well, please show it on your site plan. Please show me how this is going to be in relationship with this, and not just a standalone for the general public, that it's actually going to be for the employees and for your clients. And so what you have here is we have the site over here, and then as you can see, you know, it overflows on the parcel to the south. Over here, what you can't really see is this is the business, and this is the current parking lot, and over here was that little courtyard that they are kind of using for their break. And so as part of this request, we do have waivers to the buffering and screening, where it requires a 15-foot buffer with a 6-foot masonry wall. And so when we designed this, we started moving the parking lot towards the south so that we were at least provide that 5-foot buffer. And instead of having that wall, which would take a lot of space, wanted to do the PVC fencing. And the PVC fencing is going to go around and then connect to the building over here. So the goal is, there was a door here, over here, so when the employees go out, they have direct access to their enclosed safety parking area. There's been a lot of problems in the past, and still to this day, ever since the property to the south, or the property to the north, or the subject property, became vacant. There's been a lot of intrusion, a lot of people coming onto the site doing illegal dumping, illegal activities. It hasn't been easy to control. He did put a light facing towards that area to discourage that, but that's just been an ongoing problem, and he wants to stop that. He's had this vision of making his business so much nicer. He is looking forward to have that the landscaping, the fencing, everything to be enclosed and make it safety for his employees. And that's the difference between this and other ones. This is not for the public. This is for private. This is for the business itself. It's for the employees and it's for the client. It's not going to be open after hours. It's going to be used during office hours. It's going to be used, it's typical parking space that you see associated with a business. It's not going to be opened up for the public to go to Soho and do whatever they want. But that was very clear to him. I did receive some calls with some concerns, and the concern was, first of all, cleaning up the site and whether or not it was going to be for the public. And so we wanted to make sure and clarify that this is for this gentleman's business. And he's looking forward to continue investing into the business and work on his branding. And I am, I think if I have, so again, going through this, looking at the staff report, they all found it consistent. Planning Commission found it consistent with the comprehensive plan. And I'm looking forward to hoping your approval, and I'm here if you have any questions. So is my client. We can wait for it afterwards.
Thank you very much. Before we continue, anyone that wishes to speak in this room, have you already been sworn? If not, please stand up and be sworn in, if you plan on speaking.
Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
All right. Are there any questions from council members?
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes, sir.
could you please tell us the hours of operation for this business?
Yeah, it's usually 9 to 6.
Is there any plans for any off-street parking, this parking to be used as a valet or for any other businesses that may be around the area?
Absolutely not.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have anybody from the public that wishes to speak on this item? If so, please approach the lectern and state your name and spell it for the record.
Hello, my name is Ina Smalley, spelled I-N-N-A-S-M-A-L-L-E-Y. Dear council members.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes, sir.
Forgive me, but I believe, Ms. Smalley, did you present, and I can't see you, there you are. Did you present a speaker waiver form asking 4 people to waive their time so you can get 4 additional minutes? Is that your request?
That's correct.
May I just ask if you're present, please, to acknowledge that you're here? Lauren Barbarossa, thank you. Brian Phillips, thank you. Sean Fitzgerald, did I get that name right? Thank you. And Sandra Stevenson. Thank you. 4 additional minutes, please, for a total of 7. Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Dear council members, as a resident and homeowner at 211 South Moody Avenue, I strongly urge the council members to deny approval for this permit. As a president of the Moody City HOA, I can confirm that the homeowners and residents related to our HOA, which includes 9 townhomes and 20 people, share similar concerns, even though many of them were unable to come to the hearing due to COVID-19. In addition to our HOA, I've also spoken with Paula Brezzi at 209 South Moody Avenue and Amy Soros at 206 South Moody Avenue both of whom have families with children living here, and they also oppose the rezoning. Allowing this plot to be rezoned will negatively affect the property value of our house and our neighbors' homes. The property in question is directly across the street from my building. For many of us on Moody Avenue, our home is our most valuable and significant investment and is also our homestead. As property owners, we believe that it's unfair to us to lose value in our homes at the whim of a local business and hope that the council will protect our investments. As fellow humans and residents with families, having an unsightly concrete parking lot as the new view from our homes is certainly causing us unease. We've already had several issues regarding unsafe car traffic and vandalism from visitors of Soho businesses, and we strongly believe these issues would be exacerbated even further. We do not have any continuous sidewalks on our street. We do not have any speed bumps, and our driveways directly exit onto South Moody Avenue. We constantly have issues with people speeding down our street. I've personally had to jump out of the way of cars going so fast, turning onto our street, that they nearly hit us, even though we were on the side of the road. This has happened several times while walking my dog, walking with my children, even with a stroller, or just exercising or walking to the grocery store. Putting the parking lot on our street with the entrance of the parking lot going directly onto our street will result even more car traffic on an already hazardous residential street. This is very concerning and upsetting for me as a mother who is concerned for the safety of her family. I don't want to be afraid to let my children play outside or exercise. We have seen several businesses on Howard allow parking for Soho bars after hours and on weekends. There is absolutely no way to ensure that this does not happen with the proposed parking lot, despite any verbal assurances from the business. There's just no way to enforce this. If this occurs, it would result in even more vandalism to our properties by the patrons of Soho bars. We have already had to deal with broken mailboxes, trash cans turned over, people using our properties as toilets, people banging on our doors at 3 o'clock in the morning, running away. We've already had to deal with all of this, and if they were also coming back to their cars on our street, this problem would be even worse. Just the last act of vandalism has cost our HOA over $1,000 to fix, and this is not how I want to spend my hard-earned money. Collectively, the residential properties on Moody Avenue insulate each other from noise, traffic, crime of the Soho bar scene, and rezoning this property and turning it into a parking lot would expose our neighborhood further to the disruptive nature of the Soho nightlife. City Council has already heard many issues facing this area and should prioritize the safety of the residents here. What started as an idea to create a walkable neighborhood has spiraled out of control into a chaotic and many times dangerous scene of inebriation and bad criminal behavior. One prominent example of this is the shooting at the Hookah Lounge on Howard in 2017. Council members should note that the location of the Hookah Lounge is directly behind the property in question. The fact that this was a residential property with a large structure, yard space, and a fence surrounding most of the property had actually insulated our residential streets from the threat of gunfire that terrifying night. Imagine waking up in the middle of the night to screams and gunfire and being afraid for your children in your own home. We experienced this, and no one should have to experience this in our city of Tampa. Protecting the residential property zoning is critical for all our residences, collectively insulating each other from the bar scene. Leveling this building, the trees, and turning it into a bare parking lot, even if it is fenced, will also take away the additional sound barrier that the property creates for all the residents on our street. Late night noise is an incessant issue for Moody Avenue, and we've tried many times fruitlessly to plead with the city and the business owners to bring this under control. The noise ordinance is violated every weekend in this area, and I can't imagine how worse it would get if we continue to turn residential properties into commercial street parking, off-street parking. Please consider denying this permit so that we can reserve whatever little protection our properties collectively create. We're concerned that creating this parking lot will create negative consequences on the already insufficient water draining and flooding on our street. South Tampa is notorious for draining issues during the rain season, and many of the surrounding roads have critical issues with poor draining. The adjacent Cleveland Street was flooded several feet past rainy season, causing traffic nightmares and even stalling and flooding out cars. We often see problems with inefficient draining in the storm drains directly on our property. We have a storm drain directly in the middle of our yard. This area often has water backup that's just on the cusp of being able to handle the current water draining conditions. Paving over what's currently a property with large, very absorbent yard and soil directly in front of our house is sure to have dire consequences on the already straining draining capacity on our street. Flooding of our property is a major concern for us, as the current water backup already get quite close to our front door. It's well established that paving and creating parking lots have a significant and direct effect on flooding, despite however much we try to mitigate it with underground stormwater facilities. For every 1% increase in these pavements and parking lots, it results in a 3.3% increase in flooding. And this was published just in 2020 in geophysical research letters. However, the proposed paving might be, it's not gonna be as permeable as the soil that's currently in place. Has Spark even completed a flood assessment report to calculate the flooding impact of the parking lot on our street to see how bad it might get? There are other less disruptive solutions to enhance the parking arrangements for the Spark business, which are not being utilized. We were quite surprised by the plans to build the additional parking from Spark. We are so close to the Spark building, we have a direct view of it from our current front parking lot from our windows. We do not believe we've ever seen this parking lot full. There's also a paved space on the side of the building that faces Platt Street, and it's entirely being not used. Why not place additional parking spaces there, entering directly from Platt Street? Platt Street is not usually so busy that it would be difficult to come in and out of these spaces. Here's actually an image of this area. This entire area is not being used right now, and that could easily accommodate more parking. Finally, I'm attaching an image that was taken at 10 a.m. on March 11th, a Wednesday prior to the coronavirus impacting us, to show how busy the current parking lot gets. There are at least 7 parking spots that are empty and 3 that are being utilized.
Thank you very much.
Is that the end of, okay.
That's it.
I just urge you to ask yourself, if this was your home where your family lived, would you want a commercial parking lot 5 feet away from your house or directly in front of your house, or would you rather it be a family home?
How long have you lived in the neighborhood?
4 years.
4 years, okay.
Mhm.
Thank you very much.
And the council member also said, or the council also mentioned that they bought the property before our units were built, and that's not true. They bought that residential property after our units were already built there.
Thank you very much. Next
Mr.
speaker,
Chair,
please.
if I may.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Councilman
Can I ask you a question, ma'am? Is there on-street parking allowed on your street, on Moody?
It is not allowed. In fact, we have signs up that is not allowed, and there was a sign up right in front of this property, which after they bought the property, they removed the sign, and it's currently laying against the fence on the side of the property.
What kind of signs are those in front of your
From
residence?
the city.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
There are street parking on Howard in the same block as them, and also on Cleveland Street, so it's within a block walking distance.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, council members. For the record, my name is Gregory Root, Gregory-R-O-O-T, and I live at 212 South Moody Avenue. I live in the 3-story townhome immediately adjacent to the proposed parking lot site. I sent an email to the council on June 9th outlining some of my concerns with the special use 2 request, so I'm going to try not to repeat most of that. One of the things I've not heard tonight is what is Spark's need for the additional parking? I haven't heard how many employees work in the Spark building. Currently, they have 17 paved, marked parking spaces. They have 14 designated for employees, 1 handicap parking space, and 2 visitor spaces. And the unpaved lot immediately to the north of their building that they've been using for parking, that can accommodate 14 vehicles. So basically, they have 31 spaces now. The proposed parking lot would only add 7 spaces, because the proposed parking lot is showing 21 spaces, but that's actually on property where they can accommodate 14 spaces already. So the net gain, if you will, is 7. So why are those 7 additional parking spaces needed? And if they are truly needed, there are several other options available. There's on-street parking on Platt Street directly across from their building. And there's more than 7 spaces there. I'm also opposed to the waiver. They want to reduce the buffer to the north from 15 feet to 5 feet, 67% reduction. I mean, how much benefit do you feel can be gained by a 5-foot buffer? And they're going to provide a 6-foot PVC fence instead of a 6-foot concrete wall. Why is that being requested? Is that because it costs less? I share the previous speaker and all my other neighbors' concerns regarding the potential leasing of this lot, to a bar or valet service after normal working hours. I heard the applicant say that that's not going to happen, but honestly, can the city council guarantee the neighborhood that that won't happen? If you can, I'd sure like to know how that guarantee is enforced. And if this were to happen down the road, how difficult do you think it would be for the neighborhood to get this stopped? I'm pretty sure it'd be extremely time-consuming and very difficult. I am one of the people that purchased in that townhome complex. And when I bought my home and moved in, Spark was not in operation. One thing I also haven't heard is I haven't heard how the applicant is going to guarantee that this parking facility is not going to be used after hours. Is there going to be a locked gate? I don't know. I didn't hear anything from the applicant. So I'm going to be honest with you. I'm very nervous about this, and I'm very concerned. So I would request that the council deny this request.
Thank you very much.
For your time.
Thank you. Next speaker. Other one.
Could we wait till it's sanitized? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time tonight. I appreciate that. My name is Mark Stevenson, MarkStephenson, and I live at 213 South Moody Avenue, and that is directly across from the parking, from the cute little blue house. If I can show you guys this.
If you can turn it upside down.
Sorry, I don't know how well you can see that, but that is the view from my dining room window. I work from home quite frequently. I'm one of the original settlers in that townhouse. We've been in the house since 2008, so significantly before Spark purchased. We knew Joe, the retired teacher that lived across the street in that cute little bungalow. And a few things that I want to point out very quickly is that's my driveway. And the proposed driveway is going to be directly across from my driveway. And I just want you to put yourself in my shoes and how you would feel about having a 28-space parking lot across from the driveway. I'd also like to point out that if you think that redevelopment of a small, cute bungalow south of Kennedy is an unprofitable residential experiment, then I think that you haven't been in Tampa that long. So clearly, it could be easily redeveloped into another townhouse complex. They could have refurbished that house. It would have been beautiful. The other picture I want to show you is that's my view of Spark. And I'm going to echo what Ina said, and that is after sitting at that window, eating dinner and working on my laptop for 10 years, a handful of times I've seen a full parking lot. South Tampa does not have a parking problem before 5 or before 7 or 8 o'clock at night. There's ample parking for the people that work there. It's not a need. And also, as Ina said, or as Greg said, the idea that they're going to contribute to the safety of their employees in the area by partially fencing off a parking lot just doesn't hold water. It's my observation that they do or have recently rent out their parking space to valet services. So if the business does not have employees that require that because there is ample parking, and the house is obviously marketable if it were treated differently, or the property is marketable, then the only way that I can think of that this is a profitable endeavor for Spark is if specifically at some point they intend to lease out that space to the valet services, which is a great money-making exercise. And if I were a business owner that didn't have a vested interest in that area, one that I might consider. But the idea that we continue this erosion on what is a terrific little neighborhood. If you haven't been on South Moody, there are a variety of, there's single-family homes, there's townhomes, there's a lot of kids. Surprisingly, in this area, we've managed to build a cohesive neighborhood. I wish I could, I had inherited everyone from Bon Air to come in, because I disagree with council that it is very similar. We may not be zoned the same, but we have a nice little community of people that have been there for a while. We have families. Like I said, I've been there for 10 years. And we,
Thank you very much.
we would definitely ask you to decline the application for this to become a commercial parking lot.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
My name is Madeline Pruitt, Madeline Pruitt, and I'm a homeowner there at 211 South Moody Avenue. I live right across the street from Spark, and I've been living in the home for 4 years. Single female, owning her own townhome, and South Moody Avenue, as other residents have stated, we have built a community of townhomes. It's almost like a townhome row. And in the past few years, we've had at least 4 more townhomes go up, and it's become a really beautiful side street neighborhood for us residents with families and children. And again, we kind of stand here tonight, we've seen a pattern, just like the previous case. This is now becoming a pattern in South Tampa. We have residential homes, and all of a sudden, now we want to put in parking lots. Those parking lots technically create more traffic, more speeding, more crimes. We've had shootings, we've had vandalism. It's costing us our own money to fix up this street. And again, we are literally parallel to South Howard. What goes on South Howard is all the bars and restaurants where the young college crowds come. We hear them in the middle of the night. So once again, a 5-foot fence, which is shorter than I am, can easily be approached. Jump the fence. We have a lot of homeless people around also looking for places to squat. So just a fence around a parking lot, how do we know that this is going to be locked up to prevent public parking? Or in the future, we know public parking for this area for bars is a moneymaker. How do we know that this owner of Spark is not going to do that just beyond verbally? But again, if they come back for all these, if they want to find ways to fix some of these problems, our answer is still no. We will not agree to it, and we will fight until we ask you guys to please don't go forward with this parking lot. This is reducing our home value. And again, the main thing is just now, this is just gonna increase illegal activity around our neighborhood with families and children or single homeowners like myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Joseph Karstens, Jeffkarstens. I am one of the original owners at 212 South Moody, and I have my master bedroom and 2 guest bedrooms that look directly down upon Spark's now purchased home that they've created into a parking lot. I've been woken up numerous times by fights, by people playing their music very, very loud, and a particular instance is the actual drive-by shooting that happened on April 1st of 2017. I was sleeping on my couch on my 2nd floor wake up to gunshots, go up on my terrace and hear nothing but frantic yelling. I grab some towels, I run over, I see 2 people laying on the ground. One with a bullet hole in the center of his back, and another one getting CPR like a movie scene and blood just coming out from underneath his body. This was enough to make me move out of my townhouse and make me rent it out. So if you think that they're gonna guarantee us that they're not gonna use that parking lot for something else, I don't believe it, because that night still sticks with me in my head. You can tell me that it doesn't, but to see 2 guys laying there with bullet holes in their back that literally are 5 feet away from my backyard, it's not a good feeling. So literally I moved from South Moody after that incident. And I would like for you guys to take that into consideration and deny the parking lot, please.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. He's part of the petition, so. All right, any other members of the public wish to speak on this item? No? Yes, Mr. Shelby?
Mr. Chairman, members of council, I have noticed that there have been correspondence that's been received by this city council and distributed and are part of the clerk's record.
Can I get a motion to receive and file those?
Please.
Motion to file.
Motion from Councilman Good, second from Councilman Dingfelder. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, seeing no other public comment, we'd like to go to rebuttal at this point. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, be recognized.
Yes, sir.
When you get the vote.
Mr. Chairman, just one more comment if I can.
Yes,
Martin
sir.
Shelby, let me take this off so you can see my mouth moving. Sorry. If there are any questions of the petitioner, please do so before the rebuttal so they can have the last word. So now would be the opportunity if you.
All right, any questions for the petitioner at this time? Councilman
Yes.
Good, Councilman Dingfelder after. Go ahead.
After hearing the public comments, I do have a couple of questions. One, is the parking lot now being utilized by valet service?
Valet service. I know. No,
It's not.
it is not. And it's parking, I believe is some of his employees park. It's the backyard of the house. There was an old fence there, fence broke down, they moved the fence and they did that. So no.
Is the parking lot, I didn't hear in your statement earlier, I know you said you're gonna make it beautiful and try and close it. Will the parking lot be locked?
Yes. That's part of my rebuttal. I'm sorry I did not explain it properly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 2017 shooting hit home with a lot of us, and I sympathize with what you said. But I don't, with all due respect, we can't carry that over and blame Spark and their commercial business, so we have to be careful on those, on those sort of things. But I just want you to know it was tragic, and I'm sorry you had to witness that. Ma'am, I do want to tell you that your client can come up with you. He seemed to indicate that he wanted to participate. And
Correct. I will have him come up.
He can help you use those minutes as you decide.
Yes.
But I think there are some legitimate concerns that were raised, as Councilman Goods indicated. When we do these site plans, as you heard probably earlier, we can put some of these limitations on the plan for second reading and possibly for approval in terms of the limitations of the days of use. Monday to Friday, I would assume, is typically the business hours. The hours of use, maybe, I'm sure he and his employees might stay till 7 or 8 even, but if they agreed to close it after 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, then it's not a question of that the bars are going to use it. Right. That they would agree not to rent out or lease the property to anybody else for any other use, except for the use going on within that building that's next to it. but you'd have to volunteer these concessions if you and your client see fit. We can't impose them on you ourselves, but to address these concerns of the neighbors, it might be something you might want to think about before we get to the point of voting. The other thing I was going to say is, Mr. Michelini, ironically, is here and had been very instrumental in the redevelopment of this neighborhood. It used to just be small single-family homes, then it became townhomes, and that sort of thing. But when you talk about the use, and specifically the gentleman who lives next door said, I don't want the parking lot within 5 feet. But if a townhome was built, that townhome is going to be typically built within 5 to 7 feet anyway. And then you've got
The height.
and I'm not really saying this to you, but I'm saying it to the other folks. Then you've got a vertical wall there, 35 feet tall. So you got to weigh that as well. But anyway, my point to you, ma'am, is suggesting that some of these things could be included on the site plan as self-imposed limitations, and they would be enforceable. Because if it's on the site plan, I would encourage every single one of the neighbors to make a copy of the site plan, stick it away in your file, and someday, even if it's the next owner, because this will run with the property, you can call up the city and say they are renting it out, the next owner, not you. They are renting it out, it's contrary to the site plan, code enforcement would come out and cite them for that type of thing. I know you're skeptical on it, but that's the way the city works. So anyway, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Well, I mean, it's interesting because everything they said, I heard it from my client. He is tired of crap, excuse my language, on his property. He is tired of those people from Soho coming onto his property. It's easy to get to. There's the hookah lounge and they go there and they go behind his property. I heard it. And not only I heard it, he was adamant about, and you'll see on the site plan, there is a gate along the access. It had to be set back so many feet to provide sufficient distance to the sidewalk for stacking and things like that. So we had to redesign the whole site because he was adamant about having it locked. He wants it locked after hours. He does not want anybody else on the property. This is his property, part of his business. And yes, he does care about the neighborhood. He cares about it. I've been hearing it for over a year, how he wants to make it better. He wants to make it nicer. He knows what's going on over there. Everything they've said, he will tell you. He will tell you he agrees with them. We will definitely, and I know he'll agree and he can come up and say it. You want to put hours of operation? Absolutely. You want to put, that it'll be gated and not valeted? Yeah, absolutely. So, if you want to, well, let me just go back also just a little bit. I heard about some concern about stormwater pond. We will meet all the requirements. Mary said also that they had additional requirements that we have to put on our site plan. We will do that. The noise ordinance, we agree with it, but we're not the noise makers. It's an office business. There was a comment that if you didn't care that you didn't want to invest in your area, you would valet. Well, he does care to invest in the area, and he does not want the valet. And then there's absolutely no valet going on now or in the future.
She's speaking.
Increasing the activity in the neighborhood. They don't want to increase the activity in the neighborhood. That's the whole point. They want this to be the private for his client and for their employees. The on-street parking, took it off. No. And so he agrees with them. He wants to invest into this neighborhood. He's investing into this neighborhood. He purchased Spark 10 years ago. And I think that I misspoke when I said he's been there for 10 years prior to he purchased the property 10 years prior to the development. I was thinking about Sparks. I wasn't thinking about the single family home, since he did say he purchased that about 5 years ago. But I think that's what I have. I mean, do you have anything else you want to add?
Michael Peters. The whole shooting at the hookah lounge is one of the main reasons I want this to be secured. It's concerning for my employees back there, and that hookah lounge it's bad news. The building was shot. There's a bullet hole in our building. I have plenty of female employees. They leave at night, and it's concerning to me. So I want to wall that up so that people can't come over there and do drugs and whatever they're doing and leaving trash everywhere. When I bought the building 10 years ago, we did valet it for a year and a half, and it was horrible. And so we stopped. And so for the last 7.5 years, I could have been making a lot of money off that with valets, but I don't do that. I haven't done it.
I
don't know how this works.
We're beyond the public comment.
So, you know, if a house were to go there, a townhouse, it would probably be more cement than the parking lot that I'm proposing. And, you know, the front face of that area, they called it a cute little bungalow. This bungalow is falling down. It is far from that. Because if it was a cute little bungalow, once again, I could have been renting it, making lots of money. But it's not even safe. It's horrible. So it needs to come down. I want to put a beautiful fence, breeze block fence, cement or wall in the front with a gate so it is secured. And I want to tie it into the overall property. And I'm freshening up the front of Spark too with paint and a new entrance to continue to make it better. This building has been an award-winning building, and I'm going to continue that into the next lot and get rid of the old bungalow like all the townhouses did, but I'm just going to have a beautiful parking lot that will be a backdoor space for our employees.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you very much. Councilman Good.
Sir? Excuse me, sir? Were you listening to Mr. Dingfelder when he was talking about the inclusion of what we were talking about on the site plan?
For the valet, no valet, that one? Yes, I mean, I'm not gonna rent it out to valet. I'd put it on there. If for some reason I had a holiday party and had a valet service at that party, I'd like to be able to use it for like those special occasions. But to rent it to a valet for the bars, I don't want the drunks and everybody that they don't want. I don't want them on my property either.
You said it would be a secured lock gate, correct?
Yes.
One other question.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Ms. Peters, or actually this might be to you, ma'am, as the professional, the land use professional or engineering professional. I'm not seeing a whole lot of landscaping on the property, and it does concern me a little bit as for these neighbors across the street. You know, typically a sweet little house had some sweet little shrubs and trees in front and that sort of thing. I'm not seeing that on this drawing. I don't know if code requires it. I think it sure would be a nice thing aesthetically instead of them just looking at a wall that they might be able to see some landscaping. I don't know if the city, it looks like you have property in that 12-foot setback where you could include some landscaping.
Some of them have to be removed from city requirements.
I'm sorry?
And some had to be removed per city requirements, per city request, but definitely going to be replaced, and he is so excited to talk about it.
Yes, I'm going to add landscaping to the whole front of the building too, where they showed the front image where you could park there. I'm going to put some landscaping there on the side of the building. I'm going to put more trees, and then around the parking lot, I want to put as many trees as possible as well. So landscaping, we're bringing in a landscape designer to do this. This is not just like, I'm going to do it right.
I mean, clearly, as Mr. Shelby reminds us often, even though we believe you, it needs to end up on the site plan if anybody else, if the neighbors are going to rely on it. So if that's your intent, I don't know how we do that, Mary. When we do that, Mr. Chair, I should say.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Mary Samaniego, there are landscaping requirements for parking lots as part of the code. The landscaping plan is not a requirement to be on a special use plan. So that's why the detailed landscaping is not shown on the special use plan. It's not required to be. They will have to comply with the parking lot landscaping provisions within the zoning code at time of permitting.
So can you fill us in a little bit, just so they and we have a better understanding of ultimately where the landscaping would be on this site plan? Even though it wouldn't be on the site plan, on the site itself.
Right, there would be, within the 8-foot required buffer, there'd be a solid row of hedges and then a street tree every 30 feet on center. And then the use buffer is typically 15 feet of just basic green space with the 6-foot high wall. They're asking to waive that down to 5 feet. So they could commit to additional landscaping within that area as a compensation for a reduction of that 10-foot of green space.
Okay, and how about up on the Moody side?
That's the 8-foot with the hedging and the street tree every 30 feet.
Okay.
So for the Moody side and the alley side, that has to be fully landscaped. To the south, it's not applicable because it directly adjoins the commercial lot. And to the north, they could commit to additional physical landscaping.
So that's something they would need to do over and above the code?
Correct, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Any other council members have any questions or comments? Anything else?
I just want to clarify for the lady here, she thought we had a 5-foot fence, it's really 6 feet fence. So it's not a 5-foot fence, it's a 5-foot buffer, but 6 feet high.
All right, thank you very much.
So, Mr. Chairman, before we close, in the spirit of hopefully compromise and cooperation, I think we would need some commitments, if that's their intent, in regard to the hours of use as a written limitation on the site plan, a commitment to no rental or lease to anybody unassociated with the building, a commitment to lock gates lock gate after hours, and a commitment to the additional landscaping and buffering over and above the code in the 5-foot setback on the north side. So if you want to commit to those, I think the only one that you need to fill in the blank would be the hours of use no later than blank. What time?
Sometimes we work late.
Yeah, I know.
The gate can close at a certain time.
Yeah.
But I can't like kick everyone out at a certain time of my business.
The gate is definitely, like, the gate's gonna be open during the day, during business hours, but at 6 or 7 o'clock, the gate is closed. So if you have that employee that stays after hours and they're parked there, which is where they want to be parked because it's safety, that's how they would use it.
Okay, well, you craft it and we'll vote on it. So what time would you want to lock the gate?
I can lock the gate at 7.
Locking the gate at 7.
Okay. And how about the other ones?
Well, those would be the hours of operations,
Right.
basically from sundown to 7.
Well,
Definitely.
I can commit to hours of operation.
That's the gate.
I can commit to closing the gate at 7.
Yes.
That's what we're
understood.
clarifying. Yeah. And then rental and no rental and none of that, absolutely, we could put that on the plan. Lock gates, that's, yes, absolutely. And the additional landscaping above code, we could definitely, we will commit to that.
On the north side.
On the north side, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, anything else?
Thank you.
Can I get a motion to close?
Motion closed.
Motion from Councilman Good, second?
Yes.
From Vieira, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, what's the pleasure of council? Who'd like to take this? Anybody? Can I get a motion for approval or denial?
Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and move to approve the ordinance. I do believe that they've met the criteria to accommodate the waivers that have been requested. Let me see if I can help on the language here. I believe their request is consistent and compliant with the applicable land use policies that have been mentioned in the staff report, as well as the provisions in chapter 27. And with that, and specifically the concessions that they have made that I would hope might not totally satisfy the neighborhood, but at least maybe give you some assurance that this is not going to be a rental lot. And
Why don't you ask us if it satisfies?
well,
He's,
And if we're losing property value, how's that being addressed?
okay.
How's all the noise? How's that being addressed?
Mr. Chairman, if
If
I may just.
yes,
for a
Mr.
minute,
Shelby.
please.
Anyway, I'm in.
I'm
You want me to
sorry,
finish my motion? Or?
Yes, please, but I just wanted to direct your attention, if you could just perhaps cite the general standards and the special use criteria as well. That would be
Sure.
the sections of the code. And we
Right, the
can
general
address-
standards of 27-129, as well as, what else? Anything else?
The special use criteria,
And the special use criteria, thank you.
27-132.
Right. Anyway, it's not a perfect world. They have private property rights. I believe the concerns were, we gotta protect this property and not let it be rented out. I think we're doing that with the concessions that have been identified. He could be making money by trying to rent that out, but he's not, and he won't in the future. And you have our phone numbers if he does. And we can get code enforcement out there. And if he sells the property, even the next property owner can't, okay? Because these rules run with the property, and, you know, I don't know, that's the best that I can do right tonight. I'll move an ordinance being presented for first reading and consideration. Ordinance approving a special use permit, SU2, approving commercial off-street parking in an RM24 residential multifamily zoning district in the general vicinity of 214 South Moody Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in section 1 hereof, providing an effective date.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Councilman Goods. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Roll call.
Let's do a roll call.
Viera,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Carlson, Maniscalco,
No.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Citro,
No.
Miranda,
Yes.
motion carried with Maniscalco and Citro voting no, Carlson absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on July 16 at 9:30 a.m.
All right, thank you very much. I see Mr. Grandoff in the back. Back to number 4 quickly. Do we need to bring everybody back into the room?
Those
All
who
right.
can, those who can fit, Mr. Chairman.
I'm
We
sorry?
can invite those who can fit, and those who cannot fit can watch outside on the closed caption.
Yes, sir. So we'll fit as many as we can per the social distancing guidelines. Parking lots. Parking lots.
Parking lots, parking lots.
It could be the trees.
Said- I'm gonna try and get us out of here by Saturday. I was hoping for 9 o'clock.
Oh, yeah. You're an optimist.
Yeah, they gotta resubmit between the first and second reading.
The what? Oh.
Make sure it's done.
Oh, okay. Waffle House. The only thing that's open. Not even I. All right, go ahead, sir. You are at your rebuttal.
If we can just, for the record, recall which item this is, number
This is item number 4,
SU 220-.
SU2-20-01.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John Grandoff on behalf of the applicant, item 4 on your agenda. We have taken out the pencil, and I'll show you what our proposed compromise is on the site plan. What we can do is we can eliminate the waiver on the east, so that will be 15 feet buffer with a masonry wall 6 feet high, finished on both ends. By code, no waiver required. I've drawn a blue line here, approximately taking 27 feet off of here to give you some perspective. There's 8 feet here. These spaces are 9 feet. So that gets you 26, but to get us the full 100, we lose 3 spaces. So this space goes, and probably this space goes. So we meet 100 feet, no waiver required. We have to have a waiver here, because if we give away 3 here, we have to get it back here. So this waiver would go to 0. I have not heard any objections as to this buffer waiver. And remember, this is a 27-foot right-of-way right here and a sidewalk. So we would just shift the parking lot to the west 3 feet and to the north 100 feet. The remaining enhancements we would also provide. I talked to Pamela Joe Hatley, who is the representative of the neighborhood. This was rejected by the neighborhood. I respectfully request your approval on this proposal as I've explained it to you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from council members? Councilman Dingfelder?
Yeah, I know it's a little bit weird, Mr. Randolph, and you probably have a chance to have an additional rebuttal if that's the chairman's desire, but perhaps if the neighborhood president is still here and wants to confirm or deny or whatever.
Mr. Wilson.
The neighborhood association is 100% unequivocally against the approval of this parking lot with any type of waivers.
Thank you very much.
So just for clarity, Mr. Randolph, are you still offering the modified site plan, even though the neighborhood still doesn't want it?
Yes, I've proffered that to you this evening and we request your approval this evening as modified. And we would bring that to you on a second reading.
All right. Can I get a motion to, if there's no other discussion or questions, motion to close?
So moved.
We have a motion from Councilman Good, second from Councilman Citro. All in favor?
All right.
What is the pleasure of council? Would anybody like to read this ordinance with the proposed changes?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I move to deny SU 220-01 due to the failure of the applicant to meet the burden of proof to provide competent substantial evidence that the off-street commercial parking lot as conditioned and shown in the site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the city code, and the applicant's failure to meet the burden of proof with respect to the requested waivers, lack of confidential acceptance of land use policies, general standards 27-129, special use criteria 27-132. Therefore, ordinance being deny an ordinance being presented at 3619 West Roland Street.
We have a motion from Councilman Citro. Do we have a second? This is a motion
for.
All right, we have a motion from Councilman Citro, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor of the motion?
Great. Question on the motion.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to say one thing is, and I think everybody up here will agree, that one of the hardest things about sitting up here is to have to vote against a friend. I've known Mr. and Mrs. Gaines for 25 years. Mark and I used to play cards together 20 years ago, not recently. He's a good man, I think he, operates a good property there. The only thing I want to say about this specifically is I think it's a little premature. Right now, the cars park along that other side street, Sterling, and they have for many years. Mark anticipates, Mr. Gaines anticipates, that when that's no longer there, then his tenant is going to have a problem. But that problem, to me, is not there yet. So I think it's premature. Maybe someday when the rest of that property gets developed and there's nowhere for Renzo's to park and they start parking in the neighborhood, then maybe this will be ripe and possibly available for I don't know if it's going to pass or not at this point. But anyway, but I just feel like it's a little premature. I also hope the neighborhood doesn't regret it, because if that other parking opportunity goes away and then they start parking up and down your street, we hear a lot about those situations as well. So
thank you very much.
That's my 2 cents.
We have the motion from Councilman Citro, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor, and this is a motion of denial, Mr. Carlson, on item number 4. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion carried unanimously.
All right.
Thank you for your extra time this evening. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. We now go to item number 6. We'll take a moment here for folks to clear out, and then we bring in the next batch.
And Mr. Chairman, we appreciate everybody's attempt to try and negotiate this, including Mr. Grandolph in his corner.
Nine more items. That's everyone for the entire rest of the agenda? That's great. Item number 6.
Item number 6, Ryan Manassi, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. Again, item number 6 is for the application REZ 20-02 for the property located at 1505 West North B Street. The applicant proposes to rezone the property from IG Industrial General to RS50 Residential Single Family.
Good evening, David Hay, Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. The next item is rezoning 2002. It is located within the Central Tampa Planning District, more specifically the West Tampa Urban Village. There is transit located 3 blocks to the south. The site is located within a level C evacuation zone. Onto the aerial, you could see the subject site. This is Oregon. This is Kennedy to the south, North B. You could see the area has a mixture of all different type uses, commercial. This is the neighborhood Walmart here. There's single-family detached, townhomes, and multifamily all within that surrounding area. On to the future land use map, it's hard to tell, but the subject site and the properties located to the east in this light blue are all that general mixed use 24. That's that category that allows industrial, residential, and commercial. The brown is the residential 20. That's immediately to the west. To the northwest is the community mixed use 35. The general, as stated, that general mixed-use category does allow for a variety of uses. This portion of West North B Street has become more residential in character due to the redevelopment of detached single-family residence. There are detached single-family residents directly towards the north and east of the site. The proposed residential single-family 50 zoning would allow for the consideration of one residential unit. And the proposed RS50 is similar in form, height, and scale of the surrounding residential uses found along this portion of West North B Street. In conclusion, Planning Commission staff did find the request consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ryan Manassi, Planning and Design. This is a Euclidean rezoning request, therefore there are no waivers are permitted. The applicant proposes to rezone the property located at 1505 West North B Street from IG to RS50. The applicant seeks to rezone the property to RS50 to allow the development consistent with all applicable regulations of the RS50 zoning district. The subject property contains approximately 5,227 square feet, or 0.12 acres, with a lot configuration of 50 feet width in the front, 50 feet in width and 108 feet in depth. The RS50 standards state each lot is to measure a minimum of 50 feet with a minimum area of 5,000 square feet. The subject property had a single-family detached dwelling structure that was demolished in December of 2019. The property is located on the north side of West North B Street, and there's three lots west of the is 3 lots west of the intersection at West North B Street and North Oregon Avenue. It is surrounded by a detached single-family residence to the north in the RS50 zoning district. In the south, the IG zoning district as well, a commercial use to the east in the IG zoning district, and a detached single-family residence to the west in the RS50 zoning district. The development must adhere to all applicable City of Tampa development regulations at time of permitting. The Metalworks Discus Building located at 302 North Willow Avenue is a historic landmark that's identified in the staff report. The Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed this application and finds it consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. And I'd like to show you some visuals. So the aerial map here. And as you can see in red, the property is highlighted, and you can see the RS50 that surrounds most of it. And then the PD over here is for multifamily and resident or retail. And then I'm going to go into some photos. Got 1505 West North B Street, which is the subject site. It's 1507 next door, 1509, 1513, 1524, the PD towards the west, 1528 south, the west intersection going across the street, 1522, 1518, 1516, 1510, 1508, 1506, 1502, 302 North Oregon is the commercial property to the east, and then 1503. This concludes my presentation. Should you have any questions, please let me know.
Are there any questions from council members? No? Would the applicant like to approach the lectern?
Kevin Robles, I reside at 2107 Chestnut Forest Drive. Mr. Vanassis has done an excellent job of explaining this. It's pretty straightforward. Just we're seeking your pleasure of a rezone from IG to RS50. One small note, it is actually lies in the West Tampa overlay, so in your staff report, setbacks are actually incorrect. It recited the RS50 setbacks, and this would come under the West Tampa overlay, so it'd be a block face average in the front, of which those houses that he showed are actually in the West Tampa overlay as well, and that would require a block face average in the front, 15 in the rear, and 5-foot side setbacks under the West Tampa overlay.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Any comments? No? Thank you. Is there anyone in the public that wishes to speak on this item? Anything else, sir?
Move to close.
We have a motion to close from Councilman Dingfelder, second from Councilman Goose. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Councilman Carlson, number 6, if you would like to take it.
file number REZ 20-02, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity at 1505 West North B Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1, from zoning district classification IG industrial general to RS 50 residential single family, providing effective date.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Carlson with a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on July 16th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council.
All right, item number 7.
Mary Samaniego, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. This is REZ 20-04. It's for the property located at 3801 North 15th Street from residential office to commercial general.
Good evening, David Hay again with your Planning Commission staff. The next case is also located within the central Tampa Planning District. It is also within the College Hill neighborhood. It does fall within the East Tampa Urban Village. There are specific policy direction relating to urban villages. They're outlined in the comprehensive plan. Transit service along this portion of North 15th Street is provided by Hart Route 9, connecting the subject site to downtown Tampa and the University Area Transit Center, and the site is not located within an evacuation zone. Here we have the aerial. You could see this portion. This is North 15th Street right here. To the north up here is East Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. And then to the east, you could see Young Middle Magnet School and Lockhart Elementary, the campus. This particular area is predominantly single-family detached in character. There are some commercial uses to the north and south of the use. Here we have the future land use map. The subject site, it's hard to see, but it is that community mixed use 35. That was a recent plan amendment to that category. It was Plan Amendment 18-07 that amended it to the community mixed use 35. The properties surrounding it in that tan color are all the residential 10. And then up along East Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard in the red, you have the community commercial 35, and that can also be found south along North 15th Street. And then the school campuses are blue, represented as public. The subject site is designated that community mixed use 35. Let's see. The comprehensive plan does encourage a mix and placement of uses within the city's urban villages. This rezoning, if approved, will allow for a wide variety of uses to be developed under the CG zoning district and will further this policy direction within the comprehensive plan. Overall, the proposed rezoning is consistent with the underlying community mixed use 35 future land use designation, and based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the rezoning consistent with the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Mary Samaniego for the record. Again, this is case REZ 20-04. It's for the property located at 3801 North 15th Street. The property is currently zoned residential office, so it's currently a non-residential zoning district. The request is for commercial general zoning. As David stated, about a year and a half ago, the property owner was granted a comprehensive plan amendment up to the community mixed use 35 land use category, so they're allowed consideration up to the commercial general zoning district for which they are asking for tonight. This is a Euclidean zoning district, so no conditions or waivers are being requested. They must meet dimensional standards, and any development that is to occur on this property must comply with all requirements of the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances, including the zoning code. I provided for you in your staff report a list of all the permitted and considered entitled uses for the commercial general zoning district, and saying that the Development Review and Compliance staff has found this consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Do you have any questions for me at this time, gentlemen?
Any questions from any board members? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Thank you. Applicant.
Good evening, Councilman. My name is Wilbert Malphus. I reside at 17705.
Could you spell your name, please, sir?
My name is Wilbert, W-I-L-B-E-R-T, Malphus, M-A-L-P-H-U-S.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
And I reside at 17705 Crystal Cove Place, Lutz, Florida. I think about a year or so ago, I thought I had my zoning completed, and when I was here, and about a year later, after I had done it, I got a letter from code enforcement saying I was still in violation. So then I checked with the staff, and they said, "Oh, you didn't do the other part of it." So tonight, I'm hoping I can conclude this tonight and get the zoning done so that we continue to operate. The location has six people employed, and I would like to keep them there and not close down the shop.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council? No?
I missed,
Councilman Dingfelder.
I'm sorry, Mr. Malphus, I missed what type of employment, what type of business?
It's a detail shop.
All right. Thank you. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item? No? Oh. We have one person.
The next,
could you use the other lectern? Yeah, he's going to disinfect that one. Go ahead, sir. State your name and please spell it for the record.
My name is Darcy Cliatt, A-R-C-H-I-E-C-L-I-A-T-T.
Go ahead.
Yes, on the behalf of the detail shop, my son runs it, and he's been doing a very good job at it. Been doing it for about 3 years, and he got a lot of good customers, and he's good to the community, very good to the community, and he's an awesome kid, awesome young man, and I appreciate if y'all do keep him in business, because he help out the community a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Yes, sir. No, this one right here. This one's freshly disinfected.
Good evening, all council. My name is Marvin Knight, M-A-R-V-I-N, K-N-I-G-H-T. I am the car wash business is a neighbor of mine, Oriental Fish Company, and all get along well, keep it up and everything, and positive. I was down here in support of it over a year and a half ago, and since then, been very positive, and I'd like to continue to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? All right, applicant, do you have anything else you wish to say at this time, or no? No? All right, any questions, comments from council members? No? Can I get a motion to close?
So move.
Motion from Councilman Miranda with a second from Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Councilman Citro, would you like to take this item?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. File number REZ 20-04, an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3801 North 15th Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1, from zoning district classification RO residential office to CG commercial general, providing an effective date. The petitioner has met the burden of proof and is consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Councilman Citro, second from Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on July 16th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much. Item number 8.
Massey Planning and Design. Item number 8 is application REZ 2009 for the property located at 3112 West San Jose Street. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property from RS60 residential single family and RM16 residential multifamily to RS50.
Good evening, David Hay again with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. We moved down to the South Tampa Planning District for this next case. It is located within the Palmacia neighborhood. There is transit located at approximately 4,000 feet to the west of the subject site on South Del Mabry Highway. The subject site is located within a level C evacuation zone, and the closest public recreational facility is Palmacia Park. Here's the subject site. Here's South McDill Avenue to the east. This is West San Jose. You can see this portion of McDill does have some commercial uses, and then off of those commercial uses, it immediately goes into predominantly single-family detached development. Here we have the future land use map. The subject site and all the properties in that tan surrounding it are the residential 10 future land use category. You could see the commercial districts out along McDill. The pink is the community mixed use 35, allowing consideration up to CG zoning. And the red is the community commercial 35, allowing consideration up to CI uses. And then the brown scattered throughout is the residential 20. The applicant is requesting to rezone from the residential single-family 60 to the residential multifamily 16, residential multifamily 16 to the residential single-family 50 zoning district to allow for the development of 2 single-family detached residential uses. This would allow for compatible infill development within an area that is planned for a development pattern of up to 10 dwelling units per acre based on the area's residential 10 future land use designation. Residentially developed parcels fronting along West San Jose Street between South McDill Avenue and South Esperanza Avenue, excluding the subject site, have an existing density of 8.22 units per acre. The subject site with 2 residential units being proposed would be developed at a density of 8.69 units per acre. The proposed density would be consistent with the development pattern anticipated under the residential 10 future land use category. Overall, the subject site would be developed with a similar form, height, scale, and lot pattern of the surrounding residential uses. Further, the rezoning supports the policy direction of the comprehensive plan related to the South Tampa Planning District by providing additional infill housing on an underutilized parcel, which is currently developed at 4.34 units per acre and is in proximity to commercial services. This rezoning would not alter the character or the development pattern of this portion of the Palmacia neighborhood. And based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff does find the proposed rezoning consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ryan Manassi, Planning Design. This is a Euclidean rezoning request, therefore no waivers are permitted. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property from property at 3112 West San Jose Street from RS60 and RM16 to RS50. The property currently includes 2 platted lots, lots 5 and 6, block 30 of Bayview Home subdivision. Lot 5 and 6 are each 50 by 100, total lot area 5,000 square feet each, for a total site area of approximately 10,000 square feet. The property had a detached single-family residence that was recently demolished. The aerial map that's on the screen there, I'm going to go into the location. It's located 4 lots to the west of South McDill Avenue and North San Jose Street intersection. It is surrounded by detached single-family residence to the north in the RS60 and RM16 zoning district, detached single-family residence to the south in the RS50 zoning district, detached single-family residence to the east in the RO1 zoning district, and detached single-family residence to the west in the RS60 zoning district. The development must adhere to all City of Tampa land development regulations at time of permitting. What I have on screen there is the conforming map. The Bayview Home subdivision was originally platted in 1922 with all lots measuring 50 feet in width and 100 feet in depth, except for 1 lot measuring 200 feet in width and 250 feet in depth. The Bayview Home subdivision contains 7 blocks. The subject property is located on block 30 of the subdivision lots 5 and 6. The subject application seeks to reestablish the original platted lots to create 2 buildable lots. The overall area of analysis included portions of the Bayview Home subdivision. The area of analysis included 102 total zoning lots. 23 or 22% of those lots have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater, and 79 or 77% have been developed with a width of 59.99 feet or less. Those are typically historically platted lots. Pursuant to the review of the existing development pattern, the subject block contains 15 total zoning lots. 4 or 27% of those lots have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater, and 11 or 73% of them have been developed with a width of 59.99 feet or less. Again, a historically platted lot. The 3100 block of West San Jose Street on both sides of the street contains 12 total zoning lots. 6 or 50% of those lots have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater, or 50% have been developed with a width of 59.99 or feet or less. The block face itself contains 7 zoning lots. 1 or 14% of those lots have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater, and 6 or 85% have been developed with a width of 59.99 feet or less. Staff finds the proposed request for the rezoning consistent with the existing development pattern of the area. The LeClaire apartments located at 3013 and 3015 West San Carlos Street are historic landmarks identified in the staff report and the buffer map. And I will show you some pictures after I read this. The Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Please reference the findings by Planning, Design, and Development Coordination related to the existing development pattern of the immediate area. So we're gonna start at the subject lot and then work our way counterclockwise. 3108, 3106, commercial property at 2501 South McDill, 2409 commercial, 3109 San Jose, 3111 San Jose, 3117 San Jose, 3121, 3122, 3120, 3118, and 3116. That concludes my presentation, and staff is available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council members? No? Petitioner?
Good evening, Council. Steve Michelini, representing the petitioner. This is a unique site in that one of the lots is already zoned RM16. The other lot is zoned RS60. And under some previous conditions under the code, you could have blended those. However, that provision doesn't exist anymore. So if you look at the zoning map, you'll see that is that showing correctly? You can see that this portion here, it was originally platted as 2 lots, is RM16. This one is zoned RS60. Adjacent to it is R01 on the east side, and then RS60 on the other side. There is a lot of commercial and professional office uses all around there. As the staff has pointed out, this is consistent with the code in terms of the land use designation and the Planning Commission's review of that. We're seeking to build 2 houses, restore it back to the original plat of the subdivision and the 50-foot lots. And we're requesting that instead of blending them, we're going to take the RM16 and change it to an RS50, and then take the RS60 lot and change it to an RS50. Anyway, as the staff has pointed out, in the analysis of the block face and in the subdivision, we're at 77% have less than 60 feet of width, and then on the block face itself, there's 85% are developed with a width of less than 60 feet. We believe it is consistent with the development pattern. We're requesting your approval, and that the staff has found it to be consistent. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the petitioner? No? Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item? This is item number 8.
Before you close, Mr. Chairman?
Councilman Dingfelder.
Yeah. I just wanted to say for the record, Mr. McLeany, I know you recall when this neighborhood was under sort of barrage from a particular developer who would take this type of zoning and build big, massive quads.
Yes, sir.
Triplexes and quads, and really take advantage of a sort of an anomaly of the zoning that had been left there, you know, from a long time ago. So with that said, I'm really pleased that your client has taken this opportunity to go back the other direction and turn it into the single family, turn it back into the single family neighborhood on RS 50 that it really originally was.
Yes, sir. There was a lot of pressure for those quads and triplexes, and because of that zoning that existed with the RM16. And so I would hope that the council would be favorable toward taking the 16 back to an RS 50.
Well, I know this councilman is, and I appreciate it. This neighborhood was my childhood neighborhood, but it's nice to see it going back to the original RS 50. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Anybody in the public? No?
Move to close.
Motion
Second.
closed from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilman Miranda, if you would like to take number 8.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move file number REZ 20-09. Move an ordinance for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 3112 West San Jose Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning districts classification RS60, residential single family, and RM16, residential multifamily, to RS50, residential single family, providing effective date as the applicant has met the burden of proof to provide competent substantial evidence that the development is consistent with a comprehensive plan and city codes. I adopt the findings of Regional Planning Commission on the report.
Second.
Did I hear a second from Councilman Vieira first? So there's a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Citro. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, council.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on July 16th at 9:30 a.m.
All right, item number 9.
Mary Samaniego, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. Item number 9 is REZ 2013. It's for the properties located at 2901, 2905, and 2907 North 21st Street, rezoning from PD to RS 50.
Good evening, council members. David Hay again with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. We remain in the central Tampa Planning District for this next case, more specifically the North Ybor neighborhood, which also falls within the East Tampa urban village. There is transit within 200 feet of the subject site. The subject site is not located within an evacuation zone, and Cascaden Park is the closest public recreation facility. Here we have the aerial. This is 21st Street, running north-south. Then you have 18th Avenue on the south, and then 2 blocks south is Columbus Drive. You could see the area has a mixture of single-family detached, some duplexes, and vacant lots. On to the future land use map. This portion of North 21st Street is all within that residential 20. That's that brown color. The more intensive category is located along North 22nd Street. That's the community mixed use 35. That's envisioned as more of the mixed use corridor for East Tampa. The applicant is requesting to rezone from a planned development to the residential single-family 50 zoning district to allow for the development of a maximum of 2 single-family detached residential units based on that RS 50 minimum lot size requirement. This would allow for compatible infill development within an area that is planned for a development pattern of up to 20 dwelling units per acre based on that residential 20 land use category. residentially developed parcels adjacent to North 21st Street between East 17th Avenue and East 20th Avenue, excluding vacant lots, in the subject site and consisting of a total of 11 parcels, have an existing average density of 10.3 units per acre. The subject site, with 2 residential units being proposed, would have a density of 8 units per acre. Overall, the subject site would be developed with a similar form, height, scale, and lot pattern of the surrounding residential uses. So therefore, based on that, Planning Commission staff does recommend that the proposed rezoning be found consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mary Samaniego, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. Again, the properties are located at 2101 and 2907 North 21st Street. This property is currently zoned to plan development. It was approved back in 2007. It was file number Z0733 that envisioned development of business professional office uses. That project was never developed, and so this property has remained vacant for at least the last 13 years. The property owner and the applicant is proposing to rezone the property to RS50. I will show you a zoning map that shows that this is directly abutting similarly zoned RS50 properties. So here's the subject property in red with the existing PD. And then if you follow this yellow line, this is all RS50 zoning district. So the applicant is elected to go back because of the undeveloped or never developed, in effect defunct old PD on the property, to get out from under that site plan controlled district to go back to an RS50 zoning district. Saying that, the Development Review and Compliance staff has found this consistent with the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances and Land Development Code, and I'm available for any questions.
Are there any questions? All right. Petitioner, applicant.
Good evening, members of the Council, City of Tampa staff, very helpful as always. My name is Gabriel Navarrete, G-A-B-R-I-E-L. Navarrete, and I'm representing the owner of this property. She couldn't be here because of the coronavirus situation. This is pretty much is an undo of the PD approved back in 2007. It was approved for business professional offices that is supposed to be built there, but the new owner just want to go back and build. I want to make a clear 3 residences because there are 3 lots on this property. So that's pretty much what we're asking for, to go back to the RS50 zoning.
Are there any questions for the gentleman? No, seeing none, thank you very much. Is there anybody from the public that wishes to speak on this item?
Move to close.
We have a motion to close from Councilman Miranda with the second from Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, Councilman Vieira.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, my pleasure. I move an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2901 through 2907 North 21st Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification, PD plan development, business professional office to RS50 residential single family, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilman Vieira. Do we have a second? Second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
The motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be on July 16th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Just as a point of order, I've been wondering why our esteemed city attorney was joining us tonight, and it's been brought to my attention that she was here to address the memo that I guess Mr. Citro had raised. And I'm just wondering, you know, we've got a lot of legal staff here that perhaps could just go home because they've been working so hard, including Ms. Grimes. And I'm just wondering if we couldn't take up that item.
Is she still here? I don't know if she stepped out.
Yeah, she was here a second ago. Susan, do you know where she went?
All right.
All right, well, maybe she ducked out for 1 second. If I had known that, I would have brought it up 3 hours ago, but I didn't realize that's why she was here.
I think people miss the city council meetings so much that they want to spend time with it. I mean,
I talked to her about it too, and I didn't realize that we could jump ahead, but, you know, I made a motion last time that turned out there was no legal counsel here from the city staff, and it turns out that it's not allowed by charter. I think she sent us a memo on that. So Mr. Citro can ask for it to be withdrawn, or I can do it. As I was talking to her earlier, she's going to advise us on how to do it.
okay.
Well, Bill, is it your pleasure to, I'm not trying to push you in any direction, is it your pleasure to withdraw that other motion?
Yeah, I think that's...
Yeah, if that's the case, we'll wait till new business and.
Why don't we just?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, but you can't withdraw the motion because it's been made and passed. Right now,
Can he make a motion to rescind
you
his
make
motion?
what you need to do is make a motion for reconsideration.
Okay.
And then what happens is when the motion for reconsideration is passed, then the
Here she
motion
is.
is back on the table, and then you could decide what it is you want to do.
All right.
Gina,
Why
can
don't-
you tell us, can you tell us how to undo that motion that I made last time?
Mr. Chair, if I may, and I will be very brief about this. I was going to bring it up during new business. Mr. Chair, I had requested you to delay a letter to be sent to Hillsborough County State Attorney Andrew Warren concerning the dropping of charges of minor misdemeanors in relation to the peaceful protest on the Browerine Street. Because of parliamentary procedure, I was going to ask that we discuss this at our next regular meeting next Thursday, June 18th, during the morning session.
That's a workshop. Do you want to?
But I think, Gina, you said we could just withdraw it somehow tonight, right?
Gina Grimes, City Attorney. What could be done tonight is the motion for reconsideration could be considered tonight if you waive the rules. And then once the motion for reconsideration is on the floor, you could ask that you could withdraw your motion.
And Mr. Chair, I'm asking for reconsideration of that motion that was made and passed.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Citro. with
If I
a
can,
second
I'm
from-
sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Forgive me. But I believe Ms. Grimes would say that the motion first in order would be the motion to waive the rules. So you can take it up
First,
tonight.
I ask for a motion to waive the rules.
Councilman Citro has a motion to waive the rules, second from Councilman Carlson. All in favor?
Aye.
And now if a motion to reconsider is in order, it could be,
Now, Mr. Chair, I ask for a motion to reconsider that motion. That motion that's been voted on last week.
We have a motion from Councilman Citro for reconsideration with a second from Councilman Carlson. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Ms. Grimes, that's all you were here for tonight?
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I can, I just want to make sure that the motion is clear, that it was a motion made on June 4th, evening session 5:01 PM, and that was a motion made by Councilmember Carlson, seconded by Councilmember Vieira, that council be requested to send a letter to the state attorney to ask that minor misdemeanor charges be dropped in relation to the peaceful protest march on Browerine Street last week, or whenever that was, June 4th, was the motion, and then it carried. So what is council's pleasure?
Mr. Chair, I'm asking that the motion be dropped, actually. That perception, if I may, I'm not an attorney at law. So I looked up minor misdemeanors. And there is one that struck me in minor misdemeanors, and that is Florida Statutes 80613. A person commits an offense of criminal mischief if he or she willfully, maliciously injures or damage by any means any real or personal property belonging to another, including but not limited to destruction of those properties. I'm just trying to figure out how that we can ask a constitutional elected officer not to do their job.
Councilman Carlson.
And just in case anybody's watching for the first time, there was a member of the public who recommended this. And so I asked my colleagues, what do you think about it? None of us had legal counsel like we do tonight. And so I made a motion, not knowing that, is Gina still here? It's not allowed by the charter. And so regardless of whatever we think about it now, can I ask her just to, in 10 seconds, tell us why it's not allowed by the charter, and then tell us what motion we need to make to undo it? And I apologize for pulling it up. I should have realized that we didn't have legal counsel to advise us on it.
No, that's fine. And I really didn't come here tonight to tell you what you can't do. I came to tell you that if you want to make a statement with regard to this subject, that we could craft some language that would help you do so. But in the previous statement and motion, the way it was worded, gave me concern about a certain provision in the charter that prohibits the council from interfering with the discharge of the duties by any of the employees of the city. And so rather than tell you that you can't do it, I'd rather work with you to show you a better way to do it.
So can we just undo it right now, and then we can make another motion
You
another
can
time?
withdraw your motion.
I withdraw my motion. Is that enough or no?
And the seconder? Or do you want to have a motion to just rescind? How about a motion to rescind?
I would like to move to rescind that motion on, what was it, June 4th?
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Carlson and a second from Councilman Goods before Citro. All in favor? Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My hand was up. I don't want to get into legal arguments with any of our fine city attorneys or city council attorney on this, and whether or not we have the right to do it under the charter, and we could be here for hours talking about it. But in talking to Ms. Grimes and Mr. Shelby, Ms. Grimes actually gave me an interesting example. She said, well, John, what if a friend of yours got arrested? Would it be appropriate for you to call over to the state attorney and say, hey, I think you should drop the charges? By the way, I'm your city councilman. And I thought that was actually an interesting example. Sort of parallel, but on a bigger scale. And I thought, yeah, you probably have a good point. That's probably not appropriate use of our power to try and tell somebody, in an agency like state attorney how to do his or her job. So that to me was very persuasive. I think our intent, and Mr. Carlson, I know your intent was honorable in regard to, we all feel for the protesters and the fact that some of them got arrested. And, personally, I hope that the minor offenses ultimately are dismissed. But we do have to be careful about what our role is in this. And as they say, maybe we need to stay in our own lane sometimes. So that's my 2 cents. I'll support the motion to rescind.
My opinion is, if we were to say we disagree with the arrest or we disagree with the charges, it's just a simple opinion that can be ignored. And it's not in any way, in my opinion, flexing our muscle or using some kind of undue influence, from our elected positions. Just an opinion, which anybody can ignore it or accept it. So that's just my thought. All in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that's it.
Mr. Chair, if I may just say one last thing, I want to make it abundantly clear that there were some protesters, some peaceful protesters, that may have been arrested for unlawful assembly. And I would hope that people, whether they be in the judicial system or not, give special consideration to people that may be underage that were swept up in the moment. I do not want to see some young person's life ruined for a charge when they were peacefully protesting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Item number 10.
Ryan Manassi, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. Item number 10 is REZ 2015 for the property located at 4408 and 4410 West Hillsborough Avenue. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property from IG, Industrial General, to CI, Commercial Intensive, to allow for intensive commercial uses.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. We're over in the West Shore Planning District for this next case. The subject site is located along West Hillsborough Avenue, which is a designated transit emphasis corridor. It also, there is transit within the area. It's actually right adjacent to the subject site on Hillsborough, and the subject site is in a level E evacuation zone. Here we have the aerial. You have West Hillsborough Avenue on the north. All these uses here are basically mostly commercial uses. There may be some light industrial here, but then as you go further south of Crest Avenue, it's predominantly light industrial type uses. This is also the edge of the airport. The airport is over here to the southwest. And then you've got industrial uses to the north. Here we have the future land use map. The light gray represents the light industrial future land use category. The blue represents public, quasi-public, and then there is some community commercial 35 to the north on West Hillsborough. The site, again, is within that light industrial future land use category. This portion of West Hillsborough Avenue is predominantly commercial. The Planning Commission staff did find the request consistent with the commercial character of this portion of the West Hillsborough Avenue corridor. And in conclusion, through the assessment of the character of the area and the policy direction within the comprehensive plan, the Planning Commission staff has determined that the proposed rezoning is comparable and compatible with the surrounding development pattern and the development pattern that's anticipated under that light industrial future land use category. And based on that, the Planning Commission staff recommends to you this evening that this rezoning request be found consistent with the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Ryan Manassi, Planning and Design. This is a Euclidean rezoning request, therefore there are no waivers permitted or being requested. The applicant, again, is proposing to rezone the property located at 4408 and 4410 West Hillsborough Avenue from IG to CI to allow for intensive commercial uses. The CI district permits heavy commercial and service uses. This request consists of 2 parcels totaling 1.5 acres or 65,551 square feet. The current use is a strip shopping center and a restaurant. The site is located along the West Hillsborough Avenue commercial corridor. The property is surrounded by restaurant and retail sales uses to the north in the CI zoning district, vehicle sales and leasing and open storage to the south and east in the IG zoning district, and restaurant use to the west in the IG zoning district. There were no historic landmark structures within 1,000 feet of the property, and I'd like to show you some pictures. So as David mentioned, the subject site is located in red, and over here you have the edge of Tampa International, getting into more industrial uses to the south. Hillsborough is predominantly commercial uses, with some of the open storage being in some of these southern properties. To show you some pictures of the subject site, this is 4408, the restaurant use. This is 4410, the strip center. 4406, that's the east and south neighbor. This is the west neighbor, 4502 West Hillsborough, it's a restaurant. North across Hillsborough. This is the intersection at Hesperdes and Hillsborough. West on Hillsborough and east on Hillsborough. The Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. This concludes my presentation. Should you have any questions, please let me know.
Are there any questions? All right, petitioner.
Good evening, or maybe almost good morning here in about another 10 minutes. Marilyn Healy, Healy from Ackerman, representing the property owner, Conquistador Plaza LLC. We are making this request to go to a lower intense zoning, basically to provide for a zoning category that is consistent with our actual uses there. Personal services are not allowed uses in the IG industrial, and they are in the CI. So that is why we are doing that now. We have a barber shop, a boutique, and some other uses in there that are permitted. They've been there a long time. The shopping center, the current owner purchased it back in 1993 through a foreclosure sale. Thought it was commercial, it was a commercial shopping center then. He's upgraded it, it still is. There's no plan for change in design or anything, but it's creating a lot of confusion with certain tenants and prospective people who talk to him. So we'd like for this approval to move forward to second reading.
All right, any questions? Is there anybody from the public that wishes to speak on this item?
Move to close.
Second.
Motion to close from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Councilman Goods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. File number REZ-20-15, order been presented for reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 4408 and 4410 West Hillsborough Avenue in the city of Tampa, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification IG general to commercial intensive, providing an effective date as the applicant has met the burden of proof to provide competent and substantial evidence that the development is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the city code, and adopt the findings and reasons of the planning commission and city staff reports.
Second. All right, we have a motion from Councilman Goods, second from Councilman Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. Item number
Thank
11.
you.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on July 16 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Item number 11, Mary Samaniego, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination, is REZ 20-18. It's for the property located at 1203 East Hillsborough Avenue and 1202 East Giddens Avenue from Seminole Heights Residential and Seminole Heights Commercial Intensive to Seminole Heights Commercial Intensive.
Good evening, David Hay again with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. The next site remains in the Central Tampa Planning District. More specifically, we're in the Seminole Heights Urban Village. Due to the designated future land use category, it is a recognized mixed-use corridor. It is East Hillsborough Avenue is also recognized as a transit emphasis corridor, and transit is provided along this segment. Giddens Park is 1 block to the southwest of the subject site, and the subject site is not located within an evacuation zone. Here you have the aerial. This is North 12th, Hillsborough, and then Giddens is to the south. This is Giddens Park right here to the southwest. It's hard to tell, but there's a lot of commercial activity that occurs on East Hillsborough, and then immediately behind a lot of these commercial uses, it goes down to a single-family detached residential pattern. Here we have the future land use map. The subject site and the parcels in the red to the west and to the east are all that community commercial 35. Immediately to the southeast of the subject site, we have the residential 20 on this portion of Giddens, and then it goes down to a residential 10 predominantly to the south. The proposed Seminole Heights Commercial Intensive Zoning District is consistent with that community commercial 35 future land use category. The subject site is located at an intersection within the Seminole Heights Urban Village and within a recognized community node as outlined within the Greater Seminole Heights Vision Plan. The comprehensive plan encourages redevelopment and infill development within community nodes by providing a bonus to density and or intensity when certain amenities are included within the development. In conclusion, the proposed Seminole Heights commercial intensive zoning would allow for development that is comparable to the character of the surrounding uses and is consistent with the development pattern anticipated under that Community Commercial 35 future land use category. And based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff recommends to you this evening that this rezoning be found consistent with the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Mary Samaniego, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. Again, this property is located at 1203 East Hillsborough Avenue and 1202 East Giddens Avenue. A majority of the property is already within the Seminole Heights Commercial Intensive Zoning District. The southern part, which I will show you with the microphone, this is the subject property that's in the black hatch marked. There's currently a business located in this portion of the property right there along Hillsborough Avenue, and they want to slightly expand their business to the south. I will note for clarification that this area right here that my finger is on top of contains a single-family house that is not part of the rezoning. So a single-family house will remain at this corner of 12th and Giddens. It will remain in a residential zoning district, which will continue to interface with the larger residential neighborhood. So simply the Seminole Heights Commercial Intensive Zoning District would slightly go to the south to allow expansion of this business. But again, the residential portion, the remaining residential portion of this existing folio lot will remain residential with a single family house. I've included the parameters. Oh, I don't need this. Sorry, I have too many microphones. I've included the parameters of the Seminole Heights Commercial Intensive Zoning District in your staff report, saying that the Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed this request and found it consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Do you have any questions?
Any questions? No.
Thank
you very much. Do we have the applicant for number 11? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. Michael Horner, 14502 North Dale Mabry Highway, representing the applicant and the owner. Last name spelled H-O-R-N-E-R. I have been sworn. I commend all of you tonight for being here, your patience and your diligence. It's commendable. This is a record for me, I'll say that. I think Mary did a fine job this evening. This client has owned, through his family, the Tampa Pawn Shop for a number of years. And at the passing of his father, Anthony DiPaolo Jr. has taken over that business and has also rehabbed and renovated that house on the south side. So Mary is correct in referencing the house on Giddens. It's a beautiful rehab house. Unfortunately, my client found himself in a position where he is taking vehicles at some difficult times. People pawn their vehicles, and he has to have a place for the securitized assets because they come back in a month and want to reacquire their automobile or their vehicle. So my client is actually transferring 40 feet of his backyard to his business so that he can physically accommodate those vehicles, very few vehicles, without having a garage, without having an impact to the neighborhood, without having a separate driveway to 12th Street. We are directly across from the new public storage you all approved a year ago or so, 100,000 square feet, 3 stories. So my client is certainly trying to do the right thing. It is screened, it is fenced, there will be no access to 12th Street. People don't even know it's there, but legally he has to have this zoning in place to continue his business. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak on this item number 11? We have one.
Hello. I'm actually here for another case, but this is right next to my house. Like, my house is 4 lots away.
Your name for the record, sir?
Timothy Fletcher, Timothy Fletcher. My question is, I know it's going back a little bit, 40 feet he said, is the actual, it's already zoned commercial, because these houses, there's residential properties right next door, and I haven't seen them actually use the property behind it. like his son that he claims. But if it's a commercial property, is it increasing in other words, would it able to make a lot more noise? I don't know how the zones, the codes work and stuff, but is he simply bringing the property, the existing code back 40 feet so he can, park more vehicles? Or is it going to be increased in commercial property, which means a lot more noise for the neighborhood?
Sir, if you'd like to answer it.
Thank you, Michael Horner again for the record. I appreciate your question, you coming out tonight. This is a grass 40-foot strip, and it will remain a grass 40-foot strip. The business will not be changing, no increase in intensity, no expansion of the floor area. Right now, he cannot physically place those vehicles there under his RS-50 zoning. So the technicality of the zoning code, that's why he's giving up a portion of his backyard for this 40-foot strip. So no business expansion. Does that answer your question?
So the property that's adjacent to Giddens, that zoning for that property stays the same?
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
And it still meets the minimum lot size requirements for a single-family house in RS-50, which is what your zoning is. It's just transferring 50 feet, 40 feet, and still meeting a backyard setback.
Okay.
Thank you.
No more questions.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers from the public? Can I get a motion to, go ahead.
Thank you down there, Mr. Maniscalco. I need to clarify for the record from my legal counsel. City Council needs to understand that the applicant is requesting the Seminole Heights Commercial Intensive Zoning District, and while it might be the current property owner's intent to do a certain business activity, as you know, zoning runs with the land, so any use that's allowed in the Seminole Heights Commercial Intensive Zoning District could occur on this property at any time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Anything else? Can I get a motion to close?
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Councilman Good, second from Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Who was next here? Councilman Dingfelder.
Number
11.
All right, in regard to file REZ 20-18, I'll move the following ordinance for first reading consideration. I believe they've met all the criteria for the rezoning. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 1203 East Hillsborough Avenue and 1202 East Giddens Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classifications SHCI Seminole Heights Commercial Intensive and SHRS Seminole Heights Residential Single Family Detached to SHCI Seminole Heights Commercial Intensive, provided an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilman Dingfelder. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilman Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on July 16th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much. Item number 12.
Ryan Manassi, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. Item number 12 is application REZ 20-03 for the property located at 1213 East Giddens Avenue. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property from Seminole Heights Residential Single Family, SHRS, to Seminole Heights Plan Development, SHPD.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, maybe. David Hay, Planning Commission staff. We remain in the Central Tampa Planning District. We're actually on almost the same exact street. We're on East 1213 East Giddens. The subject site is within the Seminole Heights Urban Village. It also, there is transit located 1 block to the north on Hillsborough. Again, the closest public recreational facility is Giddens Park, and the site is not located within an evacuation zone. Here we have the aerial. This was the subject site that we just were looking at. This is our subject site, Z20-03, Giddens Avenue, Hillsborough. Here's the park again. You could see the rooftops. They're predominantly single-family detached within this segment, and then the commercial uses up on Hillsborough Avenue. Again, The subject site and properties on this segment of Giddens are all that residential 20, so it does allow consideration of townhomes and single-family detached. And then the more intensive development, the commercial development, is located 1 block to the north on East Hillsborough. As you go further south in the neighborhood, the residential 10 can be found to the south. The planned development will allow the division of the lot resulting in 2 parcels and the development of a single-family detached residence while maintaining the existing single-family residence on the site. The Planning Commission staff has reviewed the application and found no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. This portion of East Giddens Avenue, excluding the subject site, has a density of 6.38 units per acre. The planned development would allow for the consideration of 2 single-family residents at an overall density of 6.67 units per acre, consistent with the density anticipated under the residential 20 future land use designation, and well under the density anticipated for this site. Furthermore, the proposed planned development is similar in form, height, and scale of the surrounding residential uses found along this portion of Giddens Avenue. The request supports many of the policies in the comprehensive plan as it relates to housing the city's population. The Tampa Comprehensive Plan encourages new housing on vacant and underutilized land to ensure that an adequate supply of housing is available to meet the needs of Tampa's present and future populations. In conclusion, the proposed plan development is comparable and compatible with the fine-grained development pattern along East Giddens Avenue, supports many of the housing policies, and is consistent with the long-range development pattern encouraged under that residential 20. So based on that, the Planning Commission staff does recommend to you this evening that the proposed rezoning be found consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ryan Manassi, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. The applicant, again, is proposing to rezone the property at 1213 East Giddens Avenue from SHRS to SHPD to allow for 2 single-family detached residential lots identified on the site plan as Parcel A and Parcel B. Specifically, the applicant is proposing to split the existing zoning lot to allow for the existing structure to remain, as well as create a new zoning lot, Parcel A, for a single-family detached dwelling. The applicant is requesting 1 waiver for relief from the front setback to the build 2 line. And then the aerial map on screen, the property is located between North 12th and 13th Street on the south side of East Giddens Avenue. The property is surrounded by zoning district SHRS with existing single-family detached dwellings on all sides. And that's the site plan. The overall site measures 100 feet in width by 132.50 feet in depth for a total lot area of 13,250 square feet. Parcel A measures 45 feet in width with 132.5 feet in depth. Parcel B measures 55 feet in width with 132.5 feet in depth. The setbacks for Parcel A are as follows: north 27 feet, south 20 feet, east 5 feet, west 5 feet. The setbacks for Parcel B are as follows: north 55.8 feet, south 20 feet, east 4 feet, west 7 feet. The maximum building height for Parcel A and Parcel B is proposed at 35 feet. A total of 2 parking spaces are required per lot, and 2 parking spaces are being provided for each lot. The conforming map. So the conforming map's on the screen for the staff analysis. The overall area of analysis include portions of the McDavid's East subdivision, R.M. Anderson subdivision, the Sperry subdivision, and the Eklund subdivision. The area of analysis included 379 total zoning lots. 198, or 52% of those lots, have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater, and 181, or 48% of them, have been developed with a width of 59.99 feet or less. The McDavid's East subdivision was originally platted in 1922 with lots ranging from 50 to 60 feet and lot depths from 132.5 to 140 feet. The McDavid's East Seminole subdivision contains 4 blocks. The subject property is located in the southwest block of the subdivision, lots 29 and 30. Pursuant to the review of the existing development pattern, the subject block contains 15 total zoning lots, or 100% of those lots have been developed with a width of 50 feet or greater, and 0 have been developed with a width of 49.99 or less. The 1200 block of East Giddens, that's on both sides of the street, contains 19 total zoning lots, and 19 of them, or 100% of those lots, have been developed with a width of 50 feet or greater, and 0 have been developed with a width of 49.99 feet or less. The block face itself contains 8 zoning lots. 8 of them, or 100%, have been developed with a width of 50 feet or greater, and 0 have been developed with a width of 49.99 feet or less. Staff finds the proposed request for rezoning inconsistent with the existing development pattern of the area. There are no historic landmark structures within the 1,000 feet buffer of the subject property, and I'd like to show you some pictures. (1213), the subject site. 1214, 1221, 23, 1225, 1226, 1224, 1220, 1218, 1216. Predominantly, all the pictures in the staff or here are single-family homes. The Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. If it is the pleasure of City Council to approve the application, there are modifications required between to the site plan between first and second reading of the ordinance, and that's stated on the revised revision sheet in the staff report. Does council have any questions?
Are there any questions from any board members?
Yes, Mr. Chair, please and thank you. The ask for the waivers is so that you can save the existing house that's already there, correct?
Evan Robles, 2107 Chestnut Forest Drive. Yes, sir, that is correct.
Thank you very much.
All right, any other questions from council members? All right, applicant.
Good evening, council. Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate that. I did want to make a couple of clarifications from staff's review, and I apologize. What are we doing for our projector here?
Just put it right there in the center, and then it activates it, and we'll see it on the screen.
I did want to make clarification that the subject property is located right here. This is actually in the parcel calculations. There is actually a city park here, and this is also a city park right here, which was actually part of the original plat. Additionally, this parcel, which abuts right here, falls within his over 60 width classification. These are actually one parcel with 4 detached apartments on them. This is R20 land use. It will support the density, and he obviously went through the density. Additionally, there are several parcels within the 1,300-foot radius that are less than 50, and they are delineated here in black. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 within the 1,300-foot range. Additionally, this property falls in the East Tampa CRA, of which we do quite a bit of work in there. In the last 24 months, we've been committed to East Tampa and constructed over 72 brand new structure single-family homes in East Tampa, which translates to $154 million worth of economic impact into the East Tampa CRA. And additionally, if you go back into the East Tampa Strategic Action Plan, it speaks to housing being both preserved and housing stock added. This PD was strictly a request to take two underlying platted 50-foot lots and not destroy the existing structures on there, but simply take 5 feet of the one of the platted lots and add it back to the original house that was on there, retaining the original house and meeting the requirements for the newly created 45-foot wide lot. I'll be happy to answer any additional questions for council if they wish.
Are there any questions from council members? Is there anyone in the public that wishes to speak on this item, item number 12?
Hello. This is the reason I'm here today. My name is Timothy Fletcher, Timothy Flecher. I did a lot of Google searches on zoning. I don't understand why he has to increase the zoning on this property. The existing residential zoning should be sufficient to build a property on that lot. I wanted to show, he actually has it up. Here's, I don't know, can you use like a handwritten from me, or you can see in his, is that activate? Yeah.
If you could grab the microphone so we could hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, there should be one there on the table.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, my property is this entire L-shaped, and he wants to build something right here. Now, I don't mind if he encroaches on his own, because there's a building right here, which is the petitioner's home, and then he wants to build something here. It's okay if he encroaches into his own lot. But first of all, I don't know why, that would just be a variance review board issue. I don't know why he needs to change the zoning to increase the zoning. Domain Homes, who is this builder, across the street, he's built two-story structures. And I'm assuming on this one, this zoning will allow him to build a two-story structure. And you can see with my property here, this L-shaped property, I will completely lose my privacy on here. I can go back to I don't need this. But I actually, no, I'm too loud. I actually moved into my property at 1214 23 years ago. And ever since then, prices were cheap back then. I was able to purchase 1216 East Frierson. And then I purchased 1220 East Frierson. And then I purchased 1219 East Giddens, which is the property right here. So that whole thing, my privacy with, every Domain home that I've seen built in this area, because I jog in the morning and I look up and down, and Domain homes always build two-story structures. The petitioner actually owned directly across the street these two lots right here. And over the last several years, and by the way, if the petitioner needed more space, he could have built his own personal properties right here. Instead, he sold the lots, and Domain built these properties. So a space shouldn't be an issue. A slight variance is okay, but a two-story structure would completely diminish all of my privacy in the backyard. Actually, right here, 2 lots away, there's a two-story structure right here, which is grandfathered in from decades ago. And the property actually abuts the back of this property. And even with 2 lots away, they can see directly into my backyard. So having a property right here would just be devastating to me and my family. What I did was, after purchasing, I used these properties for my own personal use. After purchasing all these properties, what do they call it? They're all joined, they're homesteaded properties. So that they're not used for my personal gain, they're just used for my children.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Can I say anything else?
Yeah, I can give you 30 more seconds.
Okay. Yeah, I'm homeschooling my 2 girls. They're 5 and 4 years old. I'm a single father. I got custody of my children last year. So I'm planning on being here for I've been here for 23 years already. I'm going to be here to raise my children for at least the next 15 years. I'm retired, so I homeschool my children. And I want to pass these homes and all these properties on to my children. So this is a very long-term perspective for me. That's it.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Any questions from council members to the applicant? Can I get a motion to close? Or do you have a rebuttal to that, sir?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, can I get a motion to close? So moved. Motion from Councilman Vieira, second from?
Second.
Second from Councilman Carlson, yes. Councilman Dingfelter?
Yeah, before you close, I just wanted to address the gentleman with, and you don't get up or anything, I just wanted to address your concern. Generally speaking, Kevin, I'm sorry, I can't see him. Generally speaking, we are not, we don't address one-story versus two-story. So in other words, if there's a one-story house there, if I own a one-story house and it happens to be next to yours, and I want to tear it down and build a two-story house, as long as it's less than, what is it, 35 feet?
35 feet.
35 feet, the code just allows it as a matter of right. So I hear what you're saying, and I'm not diminishing your concern about privacy and that sort of thing, but under our code, you know, anybody can do that pretty much at their will. So I believe this particular applicant, what he's trying to do is just build a second house on, you know, what was probably an original lot, but he has to go through this mechanism because the original little single-family house was built too close or whatever to that other lot. So even if we wanted to, or even if I wanted to help in that regard, we can't fix that issue of one-story versus two-story. It's out of the realm of what we're doing. I didn't explain that very well, but tried my best. So.
All right, we had the motion and a second to close. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, what is the pleasure of council? I think this goes to, is it Councilman Citro? Or Councilman Carlson, you have this one. Item number 12.
I'd like to move file number REZ 20-03, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 1213 East Giddens Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification SHRS Seminole Heights residential single family to SHPD Seminole Heights plan development residential single family detached, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilman Carlson. Do we have a second? Who was
Mr.
the
Chairman,
second?
Martin Shelby, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, sir.
If Councilmember Carlson would just wish to make reference to the burden of proof and perhaps make reference to the revision sheet between first and second reading.
Okay, I'd like to make reference to that. Do we have a second, though?
Well, we have to finish the motion.
Yeah, I'd like to reference the document that, whatever you just said. Sorry, I'm exhausted here.
And the revision sheet.
And the revision sheet.
All right, do we have a second to that? Second?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to be supporting the move, although I appreciate the remarks that were made, and I just feel that if I saw what the screen said, there are some 45-foot lots in the area, but in that block, there are none that I saw. And that's what the feeling that I have. And if I sought that president, we already have enough problems. I see sometimes where some are, with being consistent, they're turned down in certain areas of town. With not being consistent in other areas of town, it's approved. So I don't want to set a precedent. If I'm going to vote for a 50-foot lot in one area, then if I vote for this 45-foot lot, I'm going to vote for another 40-foot lot in another area, because it's the whole city. And if that block had 25, 35, 45%, 45-foot lot, I would support it. But if it's the first one or the second one, and I do this consistently, and no matter if it's South Tampa, East Tampa, West Tampa, I voted against a 49-foot lot on the corner of Kentucky and Armenia about 4 months ago. When in the same time I voted for one that a lot of my colleagues didn't think, and I don't question anybody's motive or anybody's vote. That's your prerogative to vote how you want. But I'm just saying in this case, I don't want to set a precedents that 45-foot lots without having any in that block are acceptable. That's just my feeling.
All right. We have a motion from Councilman Carlson. Is there a second on this?
Second.
We have a second from Councilman Vieira. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carried with Goods and Miranda voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on July 16th at 9:30 a.m.
All right. Item number 13.
Ryan Manassi, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. Item number 13 is for the application REZ 20-12, property located at 4155 and 4157 West Cypress Street. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property from residential single-family RS50 to planned development PD to allow office, business, or professional use.
Good evening, council members. David Hay again with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. We're over in the West Shore Planning District for this next case, more specifically the Carver City Lincoln Gardens neighborhood. There is transit within proximity to the site. The closest public recreation facility is Jim Walter Park, and there's the site is located within a level C evacuation zone. Onto the aerial, this is Cypress. We've got North Lois. This is heading up to International Plaza. Of course, Interstate 275. This section of Cypress has that unique aspect where on the south side, there's some large office buildings in the regional mixed use 100, and then it immediately tapers down into single-family detached to the north. And the future land use map backs that up. Here's the regional mixed use 100. That's the most intensive category outside of downtown Tampa. And then you immediately on the north side of Cypress go down to a residential 20. And then behind that to the north, it goes down to a residential 10 future land use category. Under the residential 20 future land use category, commercial uses are to meet the commercial locational criteria adopted within the comprehensive plan. Commercial uses under the residential 20 future land use category are to have direct access onto roadways classified as an arterial or collector. Access is available to the property from North Lois Avenue, a collector roadway, which then is consistent with the locational criteria. The proposed zoning is comparable and compatible with the existing development pattern found in this portion of the Carver City Lincoln Gardens. It does offer the use does offer a transition from the more intense uses to the south to the single-family detached to the north. And based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff recommends to you this evening that this rezoning be found consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Ryan Manassi, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. I'd like to point out on your staff report on page 4, there is a strike through that I need to put on the record. It's language in reference to the in lieu fee that is requested between first and second reading should this be approved. I'd like to put that out there at this point. I believe the applicant has been made aware of it, as well as our legal team. We're all on the same page in removing that in lieu fee wording. Going forward, the applicant again is proposing to rezone the property at 4155 and 4157 West Cypress Street from RS50 to PD to allow for an office, business, professional use. There are a total of 9 requested waivers as listed in the staff report. The property is located in the northeast corner of North Lois Avenue and the West Cypress Street intersection. The property is surrounded by residential single family in the RS50 zoning district to the north, commercial use to the south in the commercial general zoning district, the CG zoning district, office use to the east and west in the residential office RO1 zoning district. This site is located in the West Shore Overlay District and compliance with the district development standards is required. North Lois Avenue and West Cypress Street are both designated as priority pedestrian streets. The lot itself contains 10,567 square feet or 0.24 acres, and the setbacks are north 15 feet with 10 feet for a carport and accessory, south 10 feet, east 5 feet, west 10 feet. The maximum building height is proposed at 35 feet, and a total of 7 parking spaces are required and 7 parking spaces are being provided. There are no historic landmark structures within 1,000 feet of this property. I'd like to show you some pictures. So to give reference to the area again, as David pointed out, here's North Lois and West Cypress. It's at the corner right here, outlined in red. This is the site plan in reference to the setbacks and the actual existing structure and where the parking is being located. And the development compliance staff has reviewed the application, and we find the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Urban Design has objections to waiver number 1 for the reduction in the required sidewalk width on Cypress and Lois, while Natural Resources has objections to waiver number 9 for the reduction in the required BUA landscape buffer along Lois as it relates to the West Shore Overlay District and Natural Resources standards. Please refer to page 3 and 4 of the staff report for Urban Design and Natural Resources findings. Should it be the pleasure of City Council to approve the application, the waivers as identified in the revised revision sheet, further modifications are required to the site plan between first and second reading of this ordinance. And I'll just show you some pictures of the surrounding area real quick. There's 4155. This is the existing structure. This would be the lot next door. That's part of this plan development. It was a busy intersection, so I tried to get the best I could. This is directly to the north, 4124 Gray Street. This is 4138, the gas station immediately to the south. This is the east neighbor, 4127. This is the Lois and Cypress intersection. The subject site would be right here. And this is just looking east on Cypress. That concludes my presentation. Should you have any questions for staff, please let me know.
Are there any questions? Councilman Dingfeldt.
Thank you. As I look at the waivers on the staff report, on page 1, it says 1 through 7, 8 and 9 are on page 2. And then I look at the waivers on the site plan, it's 1 through 8, and they don't seem to stack up and line up exactly.
You're correct. Under my findings, number 1 on page number 2, you'll see under the Planning, Design, and Development Coordination, site plan modifications. Between first and second reading, these corrections need to be made, one of them being amend the waivers as they're listed on page 1 of the staff report. So your staff report is what we're requesting the applicant present the waivers between first and second reading if it's approved tonight.
And you guys objected to number 9 on your own report?
Specifically, Urban Design and Natural Resources had standing objections to some of the waivers. We do have Natural Resources here if you'd like to discuss that further with them.
Well, I don't want to belabor it. I might get myself in trouble with everybody up here. I know it's been a long day, but I guess I'm just trying to figure out how emphatic the city administration is about these waivers.
Well, let me let the Natural Resources speak real quick on that, okay?
I'm Bill Bors with Natural Resources. Our objection to waiver number 9 or number 6 on the site plan, number 9 on the memo, is that the required waiver buffer is supposed to be 8 feet in width, to soften the, impact of the urban environment, the built environment, and the cars. And went back and forth with the applicant, and they want to do 2 feet. And we can't grow a hedge in 2 feet. We need to have a hedge there. We need a sustainable hedge. Because we're trying to prevent, an urban desert landscape. We want green buffer, soften the impact of the built development. Livable communities. So we were willing to take the required 8 foot per code and go down to 4 foot in width for the buffer along Lois. And that's what that waiver language is all about. And we're kind of serious about that because we don't want to set precedent for skinny little 2 foot buffers that you can't sustain plant material. We want to grow a hedge in there.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? No? Applicant?
I'll speak first, then Steve will be speaking after me, so we're both here. But my name is Gordon Schiff.
SCHIFF. My address is 301 West Platte Street, number 92, Tampa, Florida, 33606. Both the applicant and my law firm is the owner of this property. And we have, as staff has summarized, for a PD on the northeast quadrant of West Cypress and Lois. It's, I'm sure you're all familiar with the quadrant, but it's a commercial corner on all four corners, and it continues east on Cypress and west on Cypress as well. And it's the Res 20, Residential 20 future land use category, which, as you know, allows up to a 0.5 FAR for commercial uses. This is predominantly a redevelopment project, and Mr. Michelini will get into some of the reasons for the variance requests, waiver requests, but they are all justified and they're set forth in the application. I will state there is no precedent. That's a overused word sometimes, and in this case it is. You're going to see a unique situation here, why there is one small area that is a 2-foot distance between our parking area and one parking space and the sidewalk. But I'll let Mr. Michelini go into that. We believe we've shown the waivers are justified. The site plan was prepared by environmental engineering consultants, Michael Nolan, professional engineer, and Mr. Michelini, Stephen Michelini, was our expert planning consultant. At this point, I'll turn the application over to Mr. Michelini, and I'll be available to answer any questions.
Steve Michelini, representing Gordon Schiff. First, we have 3 letters of support, one from the West Tampa Chamber of Commerce, one from the West Shore Alliance, and one from the adjacent property owner to the west, Amprop East Inc., and I'll hand those to, I guess, Jim. Are you taking these? You'll have to forgive me, but because we have staff objections, I have to go through this PD criteria and demonstrate in a manner that we meet the criteria. And I'll read off what the criteria is first. Allow the integration of different land uses and densities that would not normally be allowed. This is residential 20, and this is an adaptive reuse project, which I think you've seen the photograph of what we're converting. It's really an eyesore, and has been an eyesore for a long time. Mr. Schiff is going in and converting that into his professional office. So that building will be renovated, and it will become a much better structure and much more pleasing to the eye than it currently is. Anyway, the second criteria is provide a procedure which relate to types, design, scale, internal and external for the project. You have 3 of the 4 corners that are developed in commercial businesses. The south corner is a gas station. The southwest corner is a high-rise office building. The northwest corner is a professional business, and then on the northeast side is a single-family residential. We have to acknowledge the changing needs in technology and economics of consumer preferences. This is a smaller tract of land, but it does follow the challenging needs of technology. And the structure was once presumably a viable single-family residence built in 1962. That viability is long since passed, and 3 out of the 4 corners, as I mentioned, are now commercial uses. This is the last remaining underutilized parcel, and our intention is to redevelop this as an adaptive reuse project for a professional office. Encourage flexible land development which reduces transportation needs, conserves energy, and preserves natural resources. We're doing that by using the existing structure and using the existing site. We are converting the access from Cypress onto Lois, and one of the waivers relates to the distance separation between the corner of Lois and Cypress. We are restricted by the depth of the site, and we have moved the access point as far to the north as possible. Promote and encourage the development and appropriate location and character of compatibility. The property is adjacent, as I said, to business, commercial, and professionals on all 3 sides. And I've already gone through the specific uses that are there, and the staff referenced them as well. Structural architectural features and elements that complement the surrounding community. Since we're using an existing structure and we're modernizing it, bringing it up to date, and cleaning up the site, we are in fact improving that corner, and we believe that we've met that criteria. Promote the retention and reuse. We are reusing an existing structure. This is not a brand new building. That's another reason why some of the waivers that relate to the fact that we're using existing structures, an existing structure on the site instead of building new and demolishing it. Now, the waiver criteria, design is unique. It uses an existing structure and it's adapted, and it improves that structure on the site that is current to code. The purpose and the intent is met for 27-136. Waivers requested will not interfere with the rights of others. The requested waivers are either due to existing site conditions or conditions beyond the control of the property owner. Adjustments have been made to mitigate those to the fullest extent possible. Waivers are in harmony and serves the general intent of the code and the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan speaks to using materials, using structures and sites, and adapting them to new uses when it's possible and practical. And we've done that in this case. Allowing the waivers will result in substantial justice being done. And we believe that once I show you through the photographs and the exhibits that I'm about to present, that you will see that clearly that these waivers are not from anything that the property owner has done, but rather because of the existing site conditions. This is a site plan. It's called Exhibit A. And this relates to, this is just a reduction of our existing proposed site plan. And if you look at this yellow area right here, this is an encroachment by the city that has made improvements on private property without permission, without an easement, and without any kind of agreement whatsoever. And you'll notice, and I'll show you a detail of this, but you notice the distance between this these two parking spaces and that encroachment, and it's about 2 feet. And that's why we're asking for that waiver from Natural Resources. This is Exhibit B, which also shows the improvements that were made on private property, again, without any permissions, without any easements or discussions, and it was probably done with the previous property owner without his knowledge as well. This is Exhibit C, and this actually shows you the dimensions of how far those encroachments go into the site. 9 feet 3 inches from our property line. This heavy black line is our property line. 7.9 feet to the edge of where we're showing the parking stall. 5.6 feet to the edge of where we're proposing a 2-foot buffer. And then you see everything in red there, and the purple down here are improvements and encroachments onto our property, which cause us, significant problems. I mean, they make some of these waivers impossible. Without them, it makes it impossible for us to meet. Now I'll show you the photographs of what those really look like. This is the control structure that's partially on our property. This power pole is on our property. This entire sidewalk all the way around here is on our property. And if you notice, there's a distance between the edge of that sidewalk and the edge of the curb. So if the city wanted to remove their improvements, we wouldn't have any problem meeting at least the 4 feet and maybe more. This is another view of that same section where all of this sidewalk here, the bench, this sidewalk here, the control box, the corner of this control box, the power pole, and then as you see the sidewalk going that direction. This is a close-up of the control, transportation and traffic control box. And if you look right here, you'll see a manhole cover. That manhole cover and all of that sidewalk is on our property. Underneath that manhole cover is a vault that has all kinds of city transportation, electronic equipment. It does not make any sense whatsoever for the city to remove all of that, but it doesn't make any sense for us to be penalized because it's there either. you know, it simply is a catch-22 situation where we're not getting the benefit of the property, but we're being penalized and being asked that we're not going to meet the waiver, we're not objecting to the waiver. You know, you get the point. Anyway, it's an adaptive reuse project. We believe that it's compatible with the area. We've met all of the code criteria. Quite honestly, we've also demonstrated to the staff, we've shown them landscape areas that are 2 feet in width and that are viable, and they've been approved in other areas. This is another area. This is a parking lot downtown, 2 feet. I mean, but the difference is ours will be irrigated, so it's not going to be dead and full of mulch like this. But these are 2 feet in width. So in the middle of all of this discussion, we also reached out to the real estate department and said, okay, what do you want to do? Do you want to move all this stuff, or do you want to reach some other type of agreement? We've also discussed this with the city attorney's office, and we've been assured that the city will be doing something to assist us in this regard. However, I'm asking you to accept the waivers that we have placed on the site plan, to approve this project. It's a good project. It involves a lot of reinvestment in this area, and it will be a much better site when we're finished. So I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I know it's late. I'm going to ask the administration, is what Mr. Mullane said is factual in reference to what he's just shown on those photos as it relates to that manhole cover, the box there, and the encroachment on their private property by the city?
Kate Wells, Chief Assistant City Attorney. I spoke with John Fernandez this week, and he advised me that the city is negotiating the purchase of an easement from the property owner with respect to those improvements.
Is this a follow-on question as well?
Councilman Dingell.
Procedurally, are you comfortable with us moving forward with this in light of negotiations? I mean, real estate negotiations? It makes me a little uncomfortable, you know, what Mr. Michelini has pointed out in terms of property rights and all that kind of stuff. And then, if I look down at the corner of the notes, it says, the sidewalk easement will be provided to the city to maintain the public sidewalk on the private property. I mean, that's kind of in light of all this. You're comfortable with us moving forward with this?
I can't predict when the transaction is going to move forward. That's out of my control. But what you have before you shows where the property line currently is. They're showing where the sidewalk is located, and the intent is for the sidewalk and all the other improvements within the sidewalk that the city would purchase an easement over that. But whether that transaction occurs today or 2 months from now, the site's going to look exactly as what they're showing you. So the decision this evening is with respect to where the property line currently is and the buffers that are being proposed, the waivers that are being proposed, whether that meets your criteria in the code.
Councilman Carl.
Okay, one other question, I'm sorry. Mr. Schiff, this corner obviously had to have been the subject of a condemnation at some point, and somebody, the city or the county or somebody must have widened that thing to make it 4 lanes to push all this back. Are we familiar with when that condemnation occurred?
I'm not aware, Mr. Dingfelder, of any evidence supporting that a condemnation occurred with respect to where these improvements encroach. It appears to have been just an encroachment that shouldn't have happened, but we now have it, and we're trying to address it. We're solving the city's problem is really what we're doing.
Well, I'm not saying the condemnation justified the placement of those items, but I'm saying logic would say that, you know, 30, 40 years ago, this was probably 2-lane streets coming together, and now it's 4-lane streets coming together. So at some point, the city must have widened it and condemned back push back that corner.
Again, I don't
You
have
haven't
any
seen any
evidence
of
to
that?
that effect, but I think, I recognize that the logic you're putting forward, makes sense. But even if that occurred, what the issue before the council is that we are asking for, in particular, a waiver between the sidewalk that encroaches on this property and our parking lot. We did not cause the problem, and if the sidewalk were in the right place, we wouldn't even be talking about a waiver. So we should not be penalized by hopefully it was a mistake. We think it was a mistake by the city. But this can be solved, and this is the first step, Councilman, in solving the problem. The first step is recognizing the problem, and also we've developed a site plan that does not interfere with the problem. But we need some relief to do so, which includes a little bit of, in a very short area, it's about 9 or 12 feet, a 2-foot strip of bushes. And Mr. Michelini's, of course, given you ample evidence that in other cases, the city has allowed that in other projects where there wasn't a problem to be solved like this.
Well, my bigger concern is this note at the end that says a sidewalk easement will be provided to the city to maintain the public sidewalk on private property. That implies to me that that's free from you as the petitioner, but what I'm hearing, I think, from Ms. Wells is it might not be so free. Right. So is everybody comfortable with that language at the bottom?
I think the problem, Mr. Dingfelder, is that initially they thought it was just a sidewalk.
Yeah.
And then when we got into it and the surveyor went out and identified other structures and other improvements, including the vault underneath that manhole cover, that it became a much bigger issue. But we will be correcting, some of the language, I believe, between first and second reading.
You better correct it tonight as we go forward.
Well, do you want it stricken?
Well, that was proposed as an easement when we thought it was just a sidewalk. When we learned there was a vault, it becomes, frankly, almost an impossible issue to give just an easement. The city is interested in acquiring the fee, and so which solves the problem because their vault should be on the city's property. So that would be what would happen between first and second reading. There'd be a note to the effect of the city may acquire the area of the encroachment, which is shown on the site plan.
Mr. Chairman, Martin Shelby, may I just inquire if that of staff, is that written out, because there is a revision sheet. Is this revision that's now being contemplated already included in that revision sheet? I guess that's a question for staff.
That is not on the revision sheet. We would request that if we do anything to that note, we need to keep it on there. But maybe put if necessary at the beginning of that note, because if the sale doesn't go through, we still need to have that language on there that's very typical for sidewalks on private property to be maintained by the city and that easement granted.
Jim, I'm like Mr. Dingford. I'm a little uncomfortable if we're saying the city's negotiating an issue, and I've got photographs of other areas who have this 2-foot, and versus they're saying that they can't have it over here. We've encroached on their property. I'm a little uneasy for this vote tonight because I think there's some other unsettled issues. I just see a few issues here. I know legal's here, but I just feel uncomfortable.
Council, the only reason that we're a little bit anxious about moving forward, or eager to move forward, is because this project has now been delayed almost 6 months. And we need some closure, at least moving forward. If there is a reference there that, we will cooperate with the city to provide a reasonable solution regarding the encroachments, that might be a better language to insert on the site plan. Because I think the city is willing to correct the problem, and we're willing to work with them to do that. But if we get held up now, the next time we would be able to see you would be in July. Which would be a significant delay for us.
Councilman Carlson.
Ms. Wells, just to follow on that, I have kind of the same concerns that in negotiations, and then we're going to play our hand before the negotiations. But does the city not have any objection to us proceeding then? The city doesn't think that it affects the negotiation?
Kate Wells, Chief Assistant City Attorney. When I spoke with John Fernandez in the city's real estate department, he confirmed that they didn't have an objection to this moving forward at this time. He was aware that the rezoning was being considered this evening. He couldn't confirm for me when the transaction would be fully negotiated and presented to City Council for approval. But if I will submit for the record that the proposed site plan is not going to change. They've identified the area to be purchased by the city. What they're proposing, how they are proposing to redevelop the site is not going to change from what is shown on the site plan this evening.
So that leads to my second question, which is, if the city had already purchased it, would that change the way we were looking at it tonight?
I don't believe so. You'd still be looking at the exact same waivers that they're requesting right now.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions?
We, just council, we've been working very closely with the staff since we first realized that all of these encroachments were on our property. And we've worked very diligently with the city legal staff, Kate Wells, and also, with John Fernandez in his office, and trying to figure out what's the best way to move forward. But I guess the real issue that we're facing with you tonight is we shouldn't be penalized with an objection to those waivers that were not created by us. The hardship there is it wasn't self-created. It was thrust upon us by others. So anyway, we're respectfully requesting your approval for this site plan, and I think that perhaps we should change the language on that last part about the sidewalk easement and just indicate that we will cooperate with the city in resolving the current existing encroachments.
Thank you very much. All right.
That concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to speak on this item? Anything else? Any rebuttal? Any response? Anything? No? All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I may, Kate Wells, Chief Assistant City Attorney, just for the record, with regard to the waiver to the 8-foot buffer along Lois, where they are proposing 2 feet, staff was requesting 4 feet, and the reason for the compromise that staff was willing to accept is they felt that there could have been a reconfiguration to the parking spaces that would allow then for the 4-foot buffer, and I'll allow staff to address that. But it wasn't just this vehement objection and unwilling to compromise. They were willing to compromise and just feel that a 2-foot hedge is not going to be viable, and that with the way the parking is proposed to be designed, they felt that there was some room for compromise there that would accomplish the applicant's goals as well as provide for enough room for a viable hedge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir.
Jonathan Scott, Transportation Planning. In order to get that 2 feet that they're getting, they can just shorten one of their parking spaces from 18 feet to 16 feet, and that'll solve the whole issue that we're all talking about. I think that's what we wanted to just point out. It's a simple solution to a problem. Thank you.
Ms. Maliki, you Chair recognized?
Go ahead, Councilman Goods and
Ms.
Councilman
McLean, are
Biggs.
you willing to compromise with city staff to see if we can resolve this issue?
No, sir. And let me explain to you why. This area backs up to the handicap space. And what they're asking us to do is to reduce the drive aisle from 24 feet, which is the city standard, to 22 feet to shift this over, and then we compromise the maneuverability of that handicap space. We are very concerned about the liability associated with handicap accessibility.
Steve, with all due respect, that's not what they said just now. I think what Jonathan said was you can shorten up these 2 spaces from 18 feet to 16 feet to buy a little more space on your west side.
That's up to Mr.
I don't believe
Shea.
he was talking about encroaching in the drive aisle. I think all he said was you can shorten up those 2 parking spaces from 18 to 16, right, right, Jonathan?
Jonathan Scott, Transportation Planning.
I can't hear you.
Jonathan Scott, Transportation Planning. That's absolutely correct, exactly what you just said.
Yeah, so I think it's simpler than what you said, Steve.
Well, up until now, the only discussion was to reduce the width of the drive aisle.
No, I know, but now he's saying something different.
Well, that's up to Mr. Schiff, it's his property.
So that is a compromise, it seems reasonable. It's a 16-foot space instead of an 18-foot space.
That also would require widening it, right?
I don't know. What?
Would you have to widen the space because it makes it essentially a compact space?
No, you can just change it from 18 feet to 16 feet, those 2 western spaces. That'd just be considered a compact space, which would meet code.
It's Mr. Schiff's call.
Seems like a reasonable compromise at 1 in the morning.
I think I'll answer it 2 ways. One is that we're dealing with a reduced distance only because the sidewalk encroaches. The other answer is we will do that if that's what, if that's what it will take to get council comfortable with the site plan. But we're now not only being penalized and being told, because really under your code, you should be measuring everything from the property line, not from an encroachment. But if we're gonna treat your encroachment as legal and take it, and then require us to move our parking or shorten our spaces 2 feet to make a wider area for bushes, we will be willing to do that if that's change needs to be made.
Let me bring you back to the encroachment diagram, if it's on your screen now. That's 8 feet that they've taken 5.6 feet already with that sidewalk. And if you added the 2.3, you're at 7 feet 9 inches. They would have had the buffer easily.
Right.
And that's why.
Right. The buffer was there. That's the only thing we want to point out. The buffer would be there if your sidewalk was not encroaching on our property. But if council's more comfortable with us putting 4 feet of space between that parking space and the encroaching sidewalk, we'll agree to that for that. I don't know if it's 2 spaces or 1 space. I mean, 12 spaces.
It's 2.
I will say, Mr. Dingfelder, most of my clients happen to be developers or real estate landowners, and they don't all drive small cars. We were trying to make sure we had adequate parking for our clients, but we'll be willing to shrink those 2 spaces to 16 feet in length if that is what's necessary to make the council comfortable with that distance between their encroachment and my parking.
You have another 3 or 4 spaces, so it's not your only spaces. Right?
That's correct.
Councilman Miranda.
No, I'm just thinking, those roads at one time, both Cypress and Lois were 2-lane. So I don't know, it might be the city, but it also might be when the Expressway Authority came through and we had to widen the road. I don't know if they paid for it or we paid for it. Somebody had to do something. I don't know what happened to all that. But it might be even go back into the 60s. That corner was shaved not once, I think, but at least twice. The whole four corners.
Yeah, there's a lot of logic to that, as said earlier, that it had to be a smaller road at some point, but we know where the property line is and we know we have a problem. We just really feel this is a pretty good solution. We're going to make sure that the improvements the city put in or that the city owns are eventually on city property. And that's what this solution is. But the logic is there for what you're saying, Councilman.
In fact, it goes back where that 2-story, that tall building, you said the commercial building, that was like a nightclub, hotel, motel from one of the fair concessionaires way back.
And we were trying to avoid making the city make any improvements, but they could very easily give us a 2 feet, cut the sidewalk and move it back onto their property. I mean, we have the same argument that they have. They're putting the hardship on us instead of dealing with it. But we're going to be selling them the property. We were very cooperative with them about that.
Councilman Carlson.
I just want to say it's just a really interesting case study. I've only been on a year, but I haven't heard, I don't know if have you ever seen anything like this, Mr. Michelini?
Not to this extent.
I mean, I don't know who made the mistake, but I just feel somehow compelled to make this right. So whatever is the best way to make that right.
Councilman, just one thing. Like I said at the beginning, this is a very, very unique situation.
Yeah, and I didn't believe you at first, and then I heard it is really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good. All right. Is there anyone in the public that wishes to speak on this item?
Closed.
Seeing none, we have a motion closed from Councilman Dingfelder. We have a second from Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. What's the pleasure of council? I believe it's Councilmember Citro.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Is the competent, substantial evidence that's been presented to this council, I would like, in file number REZ 2012, an ordinance being presented, I move an ordinance being presented for first reading, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 4155 and 4157 West Cypress in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in the section from zoning district classification RS50, residential single family, to PD plan development office, building professional, providing an effective date. And I believe that the petitioner has met the burden of proof because of the undue circumstances that were not caused by them, including waivers and site plan modifications between first and second reading.
Second.
Mr. Shelby.
Just if I could have for the record, just to resolve what is the direction with regard to the site plan with those parking spaces and for the buffer.
If I could, Mr. Shelby?
Yes.
So it'd be in reference to waiver number 9. I believe it was discussed. It's going from 8 foot to 2 as listed in the staff report, but it appears that they were going to be okay with the 8 foot to 4 feet, which our natural resources department would be okay with that waiver then. So if we could just clarify that for the record on the revisions, because that would be an additional item.
Duly noted.
Are you agreeing with the?
And also the transportation note, as Mr. Michelini indicated, some appropriate modification on that language.
We have a motion from Councilman Citro with a second from Councilman Carlson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, council.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on July 16th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much. Item number 14, the last item on the agenda.
Mayor Samaniego, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. Item number 14 is REZ 2019 for the property at 1015 East Hillsborough Avenue and 918 through 926 East Giddens Avenue from Seminole Heights Commercial Intensive and Seminole Heights Commercial General to Seminole Heights Plan Development for a restaurant with drive-in retail sales, shoppers goods, and business professional office.
Good evening, council members, or good morning. David Hay, Planning Commission staff. This last case is within the Central Tampa Planning District, more specifically the Seminole Heights neighborhood. The applicant is proposing a development that is at 0.18, has a 0.18 floor area ratio, well under the intensity that can be considered under the Community Commercial 35 future land use designation. That's the red color on the map. They provided pedestrian connections to Hillsborough Avenue, which is an identified transit emphasis corridor. In conclusion, the proposed plan development supports many of the policies in the comprehensive plan as it relates to development within the city's mixed-use corridors. And based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff recommends to you this evening that this rezoning request be found consistent with the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Mary Samaniego, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. Again, this property is in the 1000 block of East Hillsborough Avenue. I'll show you the location map to start with. Here is Hillsborough, I don't think my mic's on. Here is, there you go, thank you. Here is Hillsborough Avenue. Here is North Nebraska Avenue, and then Giddens is to the south, so really this lot is like a double frontage lot. It's currently a car dealership and either vacant lots or single-family residential. lots. The applicant is proposing a restaurant with drive-in window, as well as a business, professional, office, and retail uses, specifically a 3,000 square foot restaurant with associated dual-lane drive-in windows, 1,500 square feet of office, employment, training center building for the corporation itself, and then 7,400 square feet of building with a 3,000 square foot office suite and 3 retail sales shoppers goods suites of 1,200, 1,200, and 1,500 square feet total. The entire site is 1.52 acres and is located, as I just showed you, 2 lots to the east of East Hillsborough Avenue, North Nebraska Avenue intersection. Let me show you the site plan, and then we'll go through the waivers. Here's the site plan that the applicant is proposing. Dual curb cut onto East Hillsborough Avenue as well as onto Giddens Avenue. As I stated, this is in the Seminole Heights District. One of the criteria of the Seminole Heights District, which is 27-211-12J, is that local street access, which Giddens is considered a local residential street, from an arterial collector cannot be more than 100 feet. From the arterial of Nebraska, it is 400 feet as opposed to the 100-foot requirement. So that is the first waiver that the applicant is requesting. Here is where the drive-in restaurant would be. It will be a sit-down restaurant with dual drive-in windows, and this is the queuing lane here. So it'll queue all the way through here, go up to the window to order, and then here is the pickup and exit either onto Hillsborough or back through Giddens. They're also proposing some office and retail space here, and then a separate office use, which will be for the corporate headquarters office for the restaurant itself. They are complying with all required parking based on the combined uses. Sorry, I'm losing my report here. There are some changes between first and second reading from Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. Urban Design did review this for consistency. They did find an inconsistency based on the waiver to the south here. Sorry, I cannot zoom in this in, but to the south, it's a 15-foot required landscape buffer, and the applicant is going down to 10 feet. So that's the reason for the inconsistent finding from Urban Design. Transportation has some changes between first and second reading. They did find it also inconsistent because of the distance of the driveway from the arterial. Again, it's supposed to be a maximum of 100 feet, and they are proposing a distance of 400 feet. Natural resources and solid waste found it consistent, or no, natural resources and solid waste had site plan modifications between first and second reading, as well as there was an inconsistency again because of the lack of adequate space for the 15-foot buffer to the south and with the proposed 10 feet.
Yes, I have just looked over this petition request and see the name of Sailing Sheila. He is, one of his businesses right next to my family's business. We're family friends, and we've had some business dealings, and I don't feel comfortable. I think I excuse myself from this vote.
Okay, on that basis, sir, then you're going to abstain, and I'll prepare that paperwork saying that on the basis of your relationship, you may not be able to proceed, feel comfortable doing that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, if I can, before we continue on, thank you very much for doing that, sir. But also, this particular file does have communications that were sent to City Council that I'd ask to be received and filed for the record.
Can we get a motion to that extent?
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Councilman Vieira with a second from Councilman Carlson. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I will note, if I can continue my presentation.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I did note in the staff report on pages 4 and 5, you can find the special use criteria. I will note that that the applicant is proposing compliance with all the special use criteria for the drive-in restaurant, saying that overall, the development review and compliance staff did find this inconsistent because of the driveway location, as well as natural resources and urban design regarding to the parking lot setback to the south to Giddens Avenue. Do you have any questions for me at this time?
Any questions from council members? No. Thank you very much. All right, applicant.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and council members. Good morning, I should say. Michael Horner, 14502 North Del Mar Highway, Tampa 33618, representing the applicant and the owner, Mr. Salem Garcelli. Last name spelled H-O-R-N-E-R, and I have been sworn. Joined this evening, council, by Mr. J.D. Sabah, Sycamore Engineering. He'll be assisting me in the presentation. Also, Mark Sorello is here. He is the land broker and agent for Mr. Garcelli. Council, I know it's late. We have a few waivers, and I need to address the site plan and why we are requesting what we're requesting. First, let me just say that we appreciate working with staff. We've worked over the last 5-6 months with both Mary Samaniego and David Hay. We appreciate their recommendations. We appreciate their time, their efforts on making this the best project it can be. We also want to say thank you to the neighborhood. I mean, these are good people. They are here. We spent even more time this evening out in the lobby speaking with them further. We've had several meetings, follow-up dialogue. Unfortunately, after our first meeting, the COVID-19 crisis hit, and that stopped our meetings one-on-one. But we have maintained a continuous dialogue with this neighborhood, and we are grateful for that. These are good people. They advised us how they felt and asked us to work with them. And my client and our team has really bent over backwards to try to do everything we can to make this the most compatible project ever. I believe all of you received a letter in an email form from the president, Ellie Baggett, who was here earlier this evening but had to leave. I think she was here till about 9 o'clock. She is the president of the Southeast Seminole Heights Civic Association. As part of that letter, and we'll file this in the record as well, she indicated the Southeast Seminole Heights Civic Association has no opposition to this application and looks forward to further cooperation with Mr. Garcelli. Let's start with the comp plan first. Mark, if you can just show the general site. You've seen this in David Hayes' report, but I think it's important. This property is entirely in the CC 35 plan sector. The Community 35 plan sector is one of the most intensive plan sectors you have in the city of Tampa. We are 1.52 acres. We are directly south of Hillsborough. We extend to Giddens Avenue on the south. CC 35 extends to the west, to the north across Hillsborough, and to the east as well for the entire corridor of East Hillsborough Avenue. In the CC 35 Plan Sector Council, the FAR ranges from 1.0 by right up to 2.0 with bonus density credits. You have to buy those credits, but it's still an opportunity in the CC 35. What does that mean? It means this site could accommodate anywhere from 66,000 square feet to 133,000 square feet. We are proposing 11,900 square feet. You heard Mr. Hay tell you that our FAR, our floor area ratio, is only 0.18, 0.18. And as he stated on his page 2, well below the maximum intensity. He also stated at the end of his conclusion findings that this PD supports possible policies of the plan, plan policies of the vision plan, and also exhibits conditions consistent with the development pattern for the CC 35 plan sector. On the zoning side, council, I think it's very important to recognize this is all zone commercial. We don't have any residential on this site. The entire auto dealership that my client purchased on the south side of Hillsborough Avenue is SHCI, one of the most intensive zoning districts in the city of Tampa. The lots and the houses along Giddens Avenue are all zoned SHCG. That zoning district exists today. Those houses could be converted to businesses. All of those businesses could have their own individual driveways with no restrictions, no height limitations beyond the CG conditions of record as a Euclidean zoning district. But all those lots, 5 of them, have those rights currently existing. So what our client is doing is taking 6 lots, 2 different zoning districts, and unifying it into one plan. All those zoning districts allow the current use, but we have a couple waivers that force my client to go through a very detailed, very expensive land acquisition process. One of those requirements is to have a 50-foot separation between a drive-through window lane in terms of the squawk box to residential zoning district. My client has paid way over market for those lots to make this a unified plan that works. He paid upwards of $200,000 to $300,000 for some of those lots on the south side, north side of Gibbons, south side of Hillsborough. So my client is probably into this for approximately $2 million in land and has another $2 million proposed in this overall development. He's willing to put in the money because this is their family showcase. This is the family flagship for their business operation. This is their headquarters. This is going to be their training facility. This is an area that is in dire need of rehabilitation, and my client's willing to spend the money and certainly the time, and has reached out to the neighbors, I think as recent as last weekend, and Monday, Tuesday, speaking directly with the neighbors one-on-one. We've had an ongoing battle with transients out there, council members. It's not been easy. As recent as over this weekend, one of the newer neighbors, her mother contacted my cell phone and said, there is somebody breaking into the house across the street. The house was boarded up. They removed all the boards, they snuck in the window, they tried to hotwire the electrical stove, called the police. We then called our client. Client met the police out there again Monday and Tuesday, reboarded it up, kicked them out, evicted them. It's been an ongoing security issue, and we hope to have that resolved shortly. If you so approve this project, my client will move immediately into raising these nuisance structures that are used by transients. 2 of them are used temporarily, month to month, by my client's employees, just to keep watch on the area. But these houses are not in good shape. And this is not just the first time, it's ongoing with these transients out there. Our client is proposing on the site plan, just go to the site plan, please. Actually, the rendering is fine, just to get the initial. 4 buildings, actually 3 buildings, 4 different uses. 2 office buildings are proposed. One is going to be directly north of Giddens as a buffer to the residential zoning on the south side. The other office building is going to be the training facility, and that's going to be the corporate headquarters of my client. The other office building is actually going to be their training headquarters or school. That's where they talk about the protocol, service, how they train their employees. As franchisees fly in, those buyers and owners of those franchises now go through a training program. They observe what the architectural is. They observe how the facility works, how the restaurants operate, the interest they have in maintaining protocol, quality of service. So no server moves forward until they actually have their training completed at the corporate level. We have a retail building, which is just north. Mark, if you can note that. This is north of the office building. And again, this office building retail is approximately 3,900 square feet. It'll just have 3 retail spaces, tenants internal and facing north and west. The restaurant is approximately 3,500 square feet. The drive-through restaurant does not have double drive-through windows. As I believe Ms. Samaniego referenced, it does have a double drive-through lane. Mark, if you can point that out on the western side. So we have a merging at the drive-through windows, only 1 drive-through window for that building. We're also proposing trees along Hillsborough Avenue, tables, so patrons can sit out there and enjoy their sandwich. It's also inside, and it also has a thriving takeout business as well. We have 2 driveways that we're proposing, as Mary noted. One's on Hillsborough Avenue. There's a dedicated left turn lane channelized for westbound to southbound turning movement directly into the site. And that's why my client designed the site plan so that he can accommodate that immediate left turn protected movement into the site. The south exit is also full, that is to Giddens. While we don't project a lot of traffic utilizing that, it is critical for the circulation, efficiency, and convenience of their patrons to utilize Giddens access. Without that Giddens access driveway, we advise the neighbors that our client cannot move forward. It's a necessary part of this functioning site plan. Giddens runs straight west. It also runs down to 12th Street. You can show 10th Street and 9th Street marked on the site plan, which goes direct to Frierson, T intersections. Those roads go to Nebraska, and those people can take a protected left turn movement to go back westbound rather than do dangerous U-turns on Hillsborough Avenue. Council members, we have 16,000 square feet of open space on this site plan. We have underground retention and vaults, so we have no surface ponds. We have a 10-foot landscape buffer along the entire property perimeter. We also have trees that we're trying to preserve, some beautiful trees on the perimeter. And then we're also offering fencing where those tree roots do not present a conflict. Finally, council members, we have, as I indicated, worked diligently with the neighbors. They're concerned about the noise and the lighting. We proposed a 6-foot high, 100% opaque PVC fence on that south side, along with the buffer, along with the hedging. But after further review with staff and the neighbors, we decided to offer them a 6-foot, we can just go to the elevation, please, Mark, a 6-foot concrete wall, decorative wall with decorative columns, and that would be right on the southern boundary of this property. Our client's also proposing trees per the city's landscape ordinance. Initial trees were palm trees. I know my client loves palm trees, but they don't offer a whole lot of opacity in terms of the coverage. So we're leaving that open. We hope to maintain the dialogue with the residents between first and second reading, but that elevation is what we are intending to provide, which is 100% opaque, solid, certainly would do a great deal of noise abatement and light emission abatement as well. We will have security lighting. Council, we will have 24-hour video surveillance cameras throughout this site. This is pretty dark during the night. Even the car dealership is not very well lit up. We have a number of uses that have direct access from, Mark, if you can go to one of the aerials that we showed, an exhibit that shows the taco bus almost due west of our site, and that access goes straight from Hillsborough to Giddens. Taco bus has pulled back their hours, but previously they were open 24 hours a day. Now with COVID-19, a lot of the businesses, even Starbucks, are pulling back their hours, but those were 24-hour operating businesses prior. Discount Auto Parts, Advanced Auto Parts, if we have that on the overhead, that is a direct driveway from Hillsborough Avenue to Giddens as well. Again, we propose the 5-foot wide sidewalk. We have Giddens Park, catty corner on the southeast corner. Beautiful park. We want to encourage the safe access. In this neighborhood right now, they have to walk on the street. While there's speed bumps there, it's not the safest place for pedestrian connectivity, and therefore we certainly have no issues building a 5-foot wide sidewalk. One of the other issues, Council, is the alignment of the Giddens driveway. If we can go back to, yeah, that's fine, the site plan. Actually, let's go to the aerial that shows the other streets. So we initially had this driveway a little further west. We went to our city DRC meeting, Development Review Committee meeting, and staff said, we prefer if you don't have access directly across a driveway from someone's house, a living room, bedroom window. We know these people, they had concern about their privacy. We absolutely agreed. We moved that driveway just to the east, certainly outside more than 100 feet from Nebraska Avenue, because we would not be able to do that if we had to come close to meeting that. But we shifted that driveway in Giddens to it aligning with 10th Street. 9th Street's to the west. We have 10th Street directly across from the site, so our driveway directly aligns with 10th Street. Therefore, no house is directly across from where cars will be coming out. We have asked for the 2 waivers relative to the access to Giddens, the 100-foot provision. We certainly can't make that, and my client is unfortunately not in a position to be able to restrict that Giddens Drive. We don't want to shift it any further west because we're impacting more single-family homes. Beyond that, there is a slight vehicle use area waiver where we're shy of about 435 square feet. With that, be happy to answer any questions. We appreciate your time and support. We appreciate the support of the Southeast Seminole Heights Civic Association. And JD is here for any engineering questions as well. Thank you.
Are there any questions from board members? Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you. Two questions. One to staff. They made reference to the taco, what is it called? Taco bus. And they showed a picture that seemed to have a cut through all the way from Hillsborough down to Giddens. A lot of dirt. It just looks sort of makeshift. Is that a legal cut through all the way through there? Is that taco bus property allowed to go all the way down to Giddens like that?
Mary Samaniego, for the record, I don't know, I can't answer that question.
Jonathan, do you have any knowledge on this one?
Jonathan Scott, Transportation Planning. It's been a while since I've been to that taco bus, but I know what you're talking about, and you can go right down there. I think it is a legal access they have there.
You think it's what?
I think it is a legal access. It's been a while since I've been up that way, but.
Legal or illegal?
Illegal?
Illegal.
All right.
Yeah. Yes, it's a.
Grandfathered in or something like that, or?
These guys might know more than I would. I haven't been up there in a while. But I know what you're talking about, that you can't go through there. I think it is allowed, but, yeah.
All right. And, Mr. Horner, is there anything to prevent your drive-through customers from using Giddens to come in the bottom and then wiggle their way up to, well, as a matter of fact, you even show your drive-through starts down there at Giddens.
Correct.
Arguably, if you get that many customers, you're showing a double lane down there. So to me, you're almost encouraging traffic to come in at Giddens on that residential street. And I don't know if staff showed it or you showed it, but it appears to me that right across Giddens, there's 3 or 4 or 5 very nice single-family houses, some of which I'm going to guess are resided by these folks who are here.
Yeah, there are nice single-family houses. A lot of effort put into them, and we know those neighbors well. We've talked to them. So yes, that merging of the drive-through lane is critical because the orientation of the restaurant with a 0 setback to Hillsborough, that's the only way that we could accommodate that movement. So we have the dual lane that merges to one lane for that. So
but why not close off the Giddens access there and just let anybody who wants to come to the restaurant come in and out through Hillsborough?
Good question, but we need to address the circulation for those traffic desires on the western side. So people that are coming westbound, they have the left turn channelized movement, Mr. Dingfelder. Those coming from eastbound can make the right turn. Those that are going south and southwest, those are their travel destinations. That is why we have to have that Giddens access. Is it a lot of traffic? I think our traffic report had it less than 10%, but it's critical for that situation for the circulation. Those people then go straight to Nebraska. They can then go north to the intersection for that protected left turn movement or continue south on Nebraska.
Well, and you said something earlier that right now these properties are zoned CG along Giddens.
Correct.
So granted, there might be some slight commercial access to each one of them individually, but there's nothing on those particular properties that would have allowed a drive-through.
No, you're right. The drive-through has to meet a 50-foot setback from residential property lines. Our point was that each of those lots under individual ownership could have a separate business and a separate driveway. Not the drive-through restaurant, which we're pushing all the way up to Hillsborough,
I'll wait,
but a separate business.
As Mr. Shelby encourages, I'll wait to make up my mind on this to hear from the folks here, but that Giddens entrance concerns me.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments from board members? All right, we'll go to public comment. If anybody from the public wishes to speak, please approach the lectern. State your name and spell it for the record. Have you all been sworn in? Yeah, no, not at us, but if you could stand and please be sworn in.
You swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Rachel Away here. My name's Julie McKelvey, M-C-A-L-V-E-Y. I live at 919 East Giddens, so I'm on the corner of Giddens and 10th, my husband and I. So we're directly impacted by this new proposal. We will be directly across from the drive-in restaurant, sorry. I wanted to make a comment that we've been very impressed by the gentleman working with this proposal. They listened to all of our concerns on our last meeting, and the changes they've made have been amazing. We addressed the fact that because we're right there on Giddens facing Hillsborough, taking out those houses, the sound and the noise barrier and the light barrier was going to be horrific for all of us on Giddens. And they addressed it with the solid wall, which will help with the sound barrier. The thing that I would like to encourage is that the trees that are going to be proposed in the landscaping be evergreen trees, not deciduous, so that we have a solid barrier, because a 6-foot wall standing on our front porch or in our home, we can still look over the wall and we'll look directly at his restaurant that's going to be open till 4 in the morning. So we would like to have evergreen landscaping that would be taller than the wall to help with the barrier of the visual along with the sound barrier. The other thing that we wanted to address is thank you for addressing it, the entrance onto Giddens Avenue. I know all of you guys are probably aware of what goes on Bayshore with the jogging and the children in the carriages and the people walking their dogs. Well, after 17 years of being in our home, we're now seeing that as the loop around Giddens, and it's really wonderful to see all the families that have come into the neighborhood, and they do every morning, and then at night after work, they do the loop around Giddens Park. Well, part of the loop around Giddens Park is 10th Avenue, which their proposal is going to dump their people onto 10th. And there are no sidewalks, and there are no sidewalks on the back of Giddens, which is Frierson. So all of these families with their kids and their dogs and everything have to walk in the middle of the street to do the loop around Giddens. So they're proposing that these people that are staying, coming through the drive-in theater or drive-through restaurant are going to dump right onto 10th Avenue, and they're going to zoom right down 10th. It's just a disaster waiting to happen, right, folks? So that's just, we just wanted to bring that point up. And you asked about Taco Bus, the disastrous Taco Bus. They had a meeting set up with the city council, sent out the notices. We prepared our objections to what they were going to do. They were going to tear down the houses and make the parking lot. We got to the meeting, and there was a sign on the door that said, "The meeting has been canceled, it'll be rescheduled, we'll notify you." 2 days later, they tore down their houses, and it's a dirt lot, and that's how it's been. And it's prevented us from using our front porches because the dust bowl that has been created, our front porches are covered with dirt. And so that is another issue, of course, for another night, but that's to answer your question.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Next speaker, please. To the other podium, sir.
Hello, I'm Harold Medina. It's M-E-D-I-N-A, and I'm at 5204 North 10th Street. And just like my neighbor's Edge, she's on the corner right down the street from me. Can I put this here?
Yes.
Is it up?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so, Giddens, and my map is different from your map, so you just bear with me. This is Giddens Park. This is Giddens. This is Hillsborough. These are the lots that they purchased. And this is my house. This is Mike and Sarah. Mike and Sarah are here too. And then Julie and Rich are on this corner. And I don't think Brittany was here. but she's the other neighbor on the other side of Giddens and 10th. One of the things that I'm noticing is that between Taco Bus that exits onto Giddens, you also have down the street, further down was a Dollar Tree, further down there's a Walgreens, and then with all these speed bumps, it looks like that Giddens is being a frontage road for Hillsborough, which is what we want to avoid. And we have also the park there. And just like my neighbor said, that people are, and I see this every day, I've been working from home now that due to the COVID, and people are running around the park. Right next door to me, they just built a new house, and a couple just moved in. I don't know if you guys met them. And they have a pre-K or a small child as well. So my concern, I don't have a problem with the restaurant. My problem is the in and out onto Giddens. The entry exit onto Giddens is my issue. And one of the things he mentioned was the transient, the homeless. So my other issue is I looked at the police reports from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department, and the main thing that you see here is trespassing, which is what was mentioned earlier, which is what we want to avoid coming into the neighborhood. So these are issues that we really do not want, and I see the transients, like you said, in the park, and then if they're going through the park, through the backside onto Hillsborough is what I want to avoid. Also, from my understanding, I don't know if the hours have changed, these are the incident reports, the times that there's incidents at the restaurant, and if it's between 12 a.m. and 4:15 a.m., it's more than double the incidents than during the regular daytime. So it's a 42 incidents. This is the location up on Fletcher. So my main issue is that wall. I would like the wall to go all the way across, not just all the way across. And I appreciate, by the way, the wall. I do appreciate the wall that's going in as opposed to another, like a softer. I like that you can't see through it, and the 6 foot, and I would appreciate the trees as well. So my issue is no entry, exit onto Giddens.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Name is Michael Pavala, M-I-C-H-A-L-V-A-V-A-L-A. And I want to point out, Harold over here was mentioning the entrance exit off Giddens. I live right on 10th, just basically second house or first house from, that entrance. And yeah, the children, people walking their dogs, and 10th is a very short road. 5 houses basically on it. And then it butts up to Frierson. We already have quite a bit of traffic going down that little street, just people, trying to bypass Nebraska and Hillsborough and cutting through. And I just feel if we increase the traffic anymore, it's just going to be a hazard to, that area, the street. And I think everything else Salem's is doing is great. I'm glad they're putting your business there, but I'm opposed to that exit entrance that's going to be on Giddens. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hi, good morning, Council. My name is Jade, J-A-D-E, Galen LeVay, G-A-E-L-Y-N-L-E-V-A-I. I am one of the newest homeowners, aside from the couple that moved in today, in our little neighborhood. And just to kind of give you a perspective of where I live, I actually live behind Michael and his wife here, and I live on 9th Street. My address is 5205 9th, in fact. And I can see the opening to AutoZone as well as the opening to Taco Bus from my home, and people use 9th Street as pretty much a thoroughfare from those two businesses to get over to Frierson because it's an easier way out onto Nebraska. My issue here is I'm not necessarily opposing the development. I too have a concern with the entry onto 10th Street. And my concern is the fact that Frierson is used as a speedway. A lot of people think that it's 275. I've actually, in recent weeks, had to step in front of city vehicles and yell at them to slow the bleep down because they're doing 45, 50 miles an hour in a 35 mile an hour zone. I have tag numbers if you ever care to see one. I would love to rat them out because I don't think that's right. The issue here is that there is a stop sign at the end of Frierson and 10th where this restaurant is going to dump into, and there is no clear visibility onto Frierson from 10th or 9th. And with people traveling as fast as they do down Frierson, we're looking at a situation with increased traffic where we're going to have accidents. And so I would like to ask the city council, because I know that this developer has paid a nice little impact fee to the city of Tampa, and I would like for the city to do something about traffic calming down Frierson and possibly put in a stop sign at Frierson and 10th to slow down that traffic as it approaches to Nebraska to help avoid some of the issues that we're going to see with this entryway dumping onto 10th. I mean, we have a brand new family that just moved in that have a small toddler, and they live right on that corner. I don't want to be I don't want to be the person that reads the news that that little boy or that little girl has been hit by a car. I wouldn't want to live there anymore. So our neighborhood is trying to recover from the murders that happened a few years ago. And I have a brand new house being built next to me, and I would love for that house to sell so that my property value can go up. And it's going to be almost impossible for that house to sell at the price point that it's at if we continue to allow businesses to freely open onto Giddens, and if we don't do some type of traffic calming within the neighborhood. So that's all I had to say. Thank you very much. I do want to say thank you to the developers because I think they did a fantastic job of listening to what the community said and incorporating some of what we said into the changes that they've proposed tonight. Thank you. Have a great morning.
Councilman Carlson.
I know it's late, but I feel compelled to say this. If you see city staff driving inappropriately or doing something inappropriately, if you Google Tampa City Council, contact us. You can email all of us at the same time and tell us, and one or all of us will forward it to the right people. That's not acceptable.
Absolutely, and I will get you tag numbers too.
Yeah, so email it to us tomorrow or this morning when you get home. And then the other thing is, I think you're probably in Councilman Good's district, but unfortunately outside of this room we can't meet together, but at least one of us could interface with city staff, either parks or transportation, and come out to your neighborhood and have a conversation about those issues. Unfortunately, the city is running short on budget right now because of COVID-19. We're about $21 million short, and it looks like all for transportation. The Supreme Court may rule against it, but we'll do our best to try to get the things your neighborhood needs in the budget, or in the plan anyway.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And just so that you know, for the record, I am an urban planner. Okay. So a lot of the issues that are going on within my neighborhood are very, very much directly impact me, and I know how things can work properly. And yes, I do understand and appreciate that the city is under a budget crunch. I think a lot of us are.
All right, thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Sarah Meyer, S-A-R-A-H-M-Y-H-R-E. I just wanted to say that I agree with my neighbors, that I look forward to eating delicious gyros, but I do not want more traffic on 10th Street as it butts up to Giddens Park and is really just one side of a walking path around Giddens Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything from council members? Applicant, if you have a rebuttal.
Mr. Shelley indicates that I should speak before the rebuttal.
Then Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you. Mr. Horner, as I stated earlier, I don't see an overwhelming need for the ingress and egress on Giddens. I think there's been plenty of testimony as to why it's not a good idea. Frankly, I'm disappointed that our Parks Department is not here objecting as well, because we as the city are the owners and guardians of that beautiful parkland that is also impacted almost directly by the proposed ingress and egress. Otherwise, personally, it looks like a great project. I'm familiar with your clients. They do a great job, good members of the community, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm sure it's going to be great if they tear down those, beat up houses if they're truly beat up. So that's all good. But it still doesn't justify the ingress and egress to Giddens. There's plenty of opportunity for them to get plenty of business on and off Hillsborough Avenue. And if somebody needs to flip a U-turn to come back and come into the restaurant, if they want to eat there, they'll figure it out. And there's a lot of people flipping U-turns on Hillsborough Avenue. I do it all the time to get to where you need to do. That's the DOT put in medians. That's what we have to do on Hillsborough Avenue. So that's just me speaking. I can't support that waiver. It's a big waiver from it's supposed to be 100 feet to Hillsborough Avenue. To Nebraska, you're 400 feet. Waiver number 1 is a big waiver. And with the testimony I've heard, I can't support it. But other than that, I'm fine with it.
Thank you very much. Any other council members? Councilman Moran.
I just feel I sat here very quietly listening what's being said, and the Giddens Avenue, there was a zoning not too far away from here a few months ago, and the neighborhood was very adamant about Giddens, and this ingress and egress on Giddens would not be appropriate, not only here, but I've seen many on Del Mabry that the zonings weren't even approved. Nothing of this was approved because it had ingress and egress through the neighborhood. And I'm just concerned about the amount of traffic, the ingress and egress. There's no traffic count. There's no assumption. We don't know anything was going to happen here. We just know there's an egress and egress, in and out. So I have very hardship with that ingress and egress.
Sir.
Thank you, Council. Again, Michael Horner for the record. We appreciate those comments, and believe me, we thought long and hard about this access and had several follow-up discussions with our client. We did do a traffic analysis, Mr. Miranda, and that analysis indicated that only a very small portion, based on AM and PM peak hour, primarily PM peak hour, is going to be utilizing Giddens. It shows, and I'll file this into the record, that we have about a 10% distribution to Giddens. That is it. You may say, if it's only 10%, who needs it? Well, it's a convenience for the patrons. We also have fire, EMS, emergency access. We also have the convenience for the neighborhood that will be customers. We recognize that the alignment to 10th is indicating to the neighbors that we're encouraging this through traffic movement to the south. Remember, 10th dead ends at Frierson. That doesn't have any through traffic. People do the loop. I've been out there and I've seen that. But 10th is a truncated roadway that dead ends 1 block south. My client is willing to relocate this access drive 65 feet to the west so that it does not align with 10th, so that there's not an implied direction to continue south. We don't believe that would be a great issue to begin with, but we're willing to realign this so it does not align with 10th and move 65 feet to the west, and therefore would not be directly across from 10th. We have our traffic analysis. We have our counts. There's low traffic on Giddens. We're showing 100 trips post or pre-traffic project development, and afterwards in peak hour 110 to 112, so about a 10 to 12% utilization of Giddens, but it's critical enough for our client's circulation access management plan and convenience, quite honestly, that he needs to have that. And I wish I could tell you we'll just drop it. That's kind of why we agreed to a very expensive 6-foot concrete wall, because we knew that that access was going to have to be on Giddens. Giddens does have speed bumps. We are providing a sidewalk where there is none. And again, all of those businesses, Discount Auto, Taco Bus, I think Public Storage may have a south access, but all those lots facing Giddens under existing CG zoning could build out tomorrow with a business and a driveway for access, with no restrictions on any other component of that business. No height limitations, no FAR limitations, and certainly no access limitations. So I'll wait for a few more comments. I'm sorry Mr. Goods had to recuse himself. We didn't realize there was a conflict. I certainly didn't understand that from speaking with our client. We respect that decision, but we don't mind, and we're willing to commit to all of the improvements and sliding Giddens driveway 65 feet to the west so that it's no longer aligned with 10th Avenue.
All right, any other questions or comments from council members?
Yeah, I just have one more comment. Mr. Horner, you've been around the block a long time, like I have.
It's a big block.
Yeah. At a certain point in the evening, and I'm speaking more to your client than I'm speaking to you. At a certain point in the evening, when we close the public hearing, we're going to get stuck with a yes or no vote. Okay? The way this is laying out, I know I'm going to vote no. I heard another vote no down at the far end. It's unfortunate that a very nice project like this could get turned down on the basis of that Giddens issue that, frankly, your own expert here has indicated is only 10% of the traffic. So it's not where I want to go with this project. I'd like to see it approved, but I can't vote for it when it accesses Giddens that way. That's where I'm coming from. In another second or two, everybody's going to move to close, and it will be a yes or no vote.
I appreciate that comment, Mr. Dingfelder. You and I have been around this block a long time, and I can read tea leaves and read the cards. It's just a very difficult decision. We sat down with the neighbors, and I advised them we absolutely have to have that access, but we're going to work with you on the location. But before you close, public comment. Mr. Chairman, may I have just 60 seconds?
Go ahead. Anybody just gonna stay?
As late as the night is, some brain cells are still working. If we could, Mr. Chairman and Council, and I appreciate your time tonight, if we could continue this case for 30 days so that we can go back and reassess that Giddens access. My client is out of town. I am unable to reach him tonight, and I don't want to make that decision, and he's got so much invested in this. He's already closed on some major parcels. I would be charged with professional misconduct if I did not ask for a continuance, but we'd like to come back.
We have July 16 evening, we have 11 rezonings and another petition. I mean, it doesn't matter, all the evenings are busy all the way through. We also have July 30th in the evening, which is also, it's not as busy if you want to take it that far, but it is my mother's birthday.
Mr. Chairman, if I can, if we can refer to staff, because notice might not have gone out, may not be reflected in the calendar, so if
Okay,
you could.
what does the staff recommend?
For continuance? We have it.
What are you asking me?
I'm just wondering, for the calendar, how many cases would be set for any particular date? What dates were being?
July 30th has the lightest
July
evening.
30th is completely full. We're actually overflowing on July 30th.
Okay. Then we have August 20th, which is far out there. If not, we have July 16th, that's 11 rezonings and one other relief petition.
July 11th, did you say?
July 16th.
July 16th.
We could agree to that if that works with staff.
I mean, we had 14 items tonight, so this is less.
Kate Wells, if I may, the one item that's scheduled for July 16th is a mediated settlement that's coming back from a rezoning petition that was denied. I would expect that to take considerable time by this council in addition to the 11 rezoning applications that are already scheduled, so I would suggest that that would not be an ideal night.
Do you want to take it further out into August? August 20th would be the next available.
I'd like to move July 16th. This thing should only take 5 or 10 minutes because we've done it all. So when they come back, I'm going to assume they're either going to say yes or no to the last issue that remains. So with all due respect to Ms. Wells, yes, we all want shorter meetings, but in this case, 5 minutes.
All right. Well, how does the rest
And
of
if
the
I
board-
may say, I think on our part, it will be an abbreviated presentation on the 16th. We either say yes or no, and we'll go on.
So move, Vieira. All right, we have a motion from Councilman Vieira. Do we have a second?
The time, please, just so it's clear for the
So it will
record.
be 6 p.m., July 16th, 2020.
We can take it first up, right?
Yeah, we can put it number 1 on the agenda to get it out of the way, and it will be here at the convention center.
That'd be great. Thank you so much.
We have a motion from Councilman Vieira. Do we have a second? Second from Councilman Carlson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. That concludes the agenda. We go to information reports and new business. Councilman Miranda.
None, sir.
Councilman Citro.
Mr. Chair, if I may, seeing and hearing things this evening, we have a workshop scheduled on the September 24th, and that workshop is going to include planning and development. I would also like to include transportation to discuss parking in on right-of-ways in residential areas.
And you'd like
Nothing
that
more.
for 10 a.m.?
Is that
Yes,
the
sir.
one?
Yes, sir, at 10 a.m.
All right, we have a motion from Councilman Citro. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilman Carlson. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Anything else, sir? Anything else, Councilman Citro?
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Carlson.
I just wanted to thank all the staff, the convention center and the city staff for staying so late. It's a long day. We signed up for this and you all, want to get out of here now. But the thing I want to say is that we're going to have a lot of late nights in the next couple of months because of the COVID-19 delay. But please, as you're going home and apologizing to your family members, please remember this. You're responsible for helping to restart our economy. What we did tonight is very essential to creating more jobs. You created at least tens of jobs, maybe 100 jobs through these projects tonight, and we're going to potentially be creating thousands of jobs over the next couple of months. So thanks so much for all your hard work.
Thank you. Anything else? No? Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good meeting, and it's good to be back moving the community forward, as Mr. Carlson said. I'd like staff to report back to us at the, what was it, July 16th?
Wait, you want a daytime?
Actually, just a regular, when's a regular meeting?
It's a regular meeting, July 16th.
Okay, in the morning of July 16th, under staff reports, and tell us about the taco bus and whether or not that is a legal access coming through.
Regarding the demolition and the dirt lot?
If I may,
Yeah,
if I may
the Giddens.
suggest, would that be able to be addressed through a memo rather than a report? And
I'm
because I
okay,
think-
I'm okay, I'm okay with a memo on that issue.
Okay, that
But
would be
let's
good because-
see if that's a legal cut through to Giddens.
Okay.
And it may be also relative to something that's pending before or going to be
Not-
coming before council. So
Not, yeah, no, it's not relative.
Okay.
I've made my case abundantly clear how I feel about their cut through. But I also think it's important, the neighborhood expressed concern about Taco Bus, staff wasn't really sure. Let's get an answer to that on the morning of July 6th.
Great. We have a motion from Councilman Dingfelder. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Anything else?
No, thank you.
Councilman Vieira.
Nothing, sir.
All right, before we adjourn, I have a couple of things. Two motions, one for item number 26 from the June 4th agenda, We just need a motion to reflect that the hearing will be heard at the Tampa Convention Center. There was no
So moved.
clarification. Motion from Councilman Vieira, and a second?
Second.
From Councilman Carlson, all in favor?
Aye.
And the same that, or another motion that we continue item number 34 from that June 4th agenda to August 6th under staff reports. If I can get a motion for that.
So moved.
Councilman Citro with a motion, second from Councilman Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. I have to pass the gavel to Councilman Citro for this one. I'd like to present a commendation to Tom Snelling, who will be retiring. I'll just deliver it to him, considering the COVID-19 circumstances. And it'll be at a future date.
Second.
Who was the second?
Vieira.
A motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Vieira. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
And
Passes.
thank you very much. And then the last item is, if you all received the email, it was an invitation from the Tampa Bay Area Black Clergy. They wanted to meet with us. I believe it's this Monday, but it is a closed meeting, is what they said. And I know because of the sunshine laws, we cannot attend, and it's not noticed and all that. I would like to go, being chair, if that's all right, if anybody else has any suggestion of sending somebody else, or?
No objection.
No.
No, we don't need a motion, just a consensus.
Without objection, Mr. Chairman, go on, do it.
Anyway, all right.
I mean, we can officially recognize you because.
That might even be problematic, but as long as there's a consensus.
Okay,
Because I don't want it to
consensus.
go as an official action that he's delegated that authority.
Okey dokey.
Let's do it.
May I have a motion to receive and file?
So moved.
Motion from Councilman Citro, who's the second?
Second.
Second, Councilman Dingfelder, all in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, one last item that came through from the Chief of Staff's office today, and I spoke with Ms. Rotolo about it. It was a request from Carol Post that the Development and Economic Opportunity Department requests time on City Council's regular agenda on Thursday, June 25th, 2020, to present recommendations, final summary of observations, and findings by Vidaris Consulting Services. Mr. Robert Lamandry, the senior principal and consultant, is located out of state, and considering time limitations, the presentation will be made virtually. We request the administration requests 20 minutes to allow time for presentation, including the questions by council. According to the Chief of Staff's office, they would ask that be placed under the administration update first under staff reports on June 25th.
All right,
If a
can we
motion
have
can be made,
motions?
please.
So moved.
Motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilman Carlson, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, now can I get a motion to receive and file?
Second.
Second.
Motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Citro, all in favor?
Aye.
All righty, we're adjourned.